Well, good morning, everyone. This is Victoria Graff. I'm the Vice Chair of the Advisory Commission, and I'm happy to call to order the April meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. Chair Toston is not able to be with us today, and so I'll be taking over as chair, and he'll be joining us tomorrow. So I want to say hello to everyone and looking forward to us all being together online. We are virtual today for a number of reasons, and but we're pleased to see so many that are in attendance for the meeting today. So let us begin with the call to order with the roll call. Denise? Who is available to call us to order, to have the roll call, please?
I'll check in with her.
Thank you. It appears we're having some technical difficulties. Denise just let me know. So we'll get back to the roll call in a moment.
Good morning.
But,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Commissioner Graff, this is Denise. We will do roll call.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Commissioner Graff,
Here.
Commissioner Estes, Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Liu, Commissioner Lopez,
Present.
Commissioner Michaud,
Present.
Commissioner Notch,
Present.
Commissioner Oyakawa,
Yeah.
Commissioner Ruiz,
Present.
Commissioner Snipes,
Present.
Commissioner Sorter, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Wilkins, Commissioner Ding, Commissioner Tuxjargle.
Here, present.
Thank you. That is roll call.
Thank you so much. Now may we have a salute to the flag. So if all the commissioners could unmute themselves so that we can join together. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Well, as I mentioned, Chair Toston will not be with us today, but he will be with us tomorrow. So I don't have any other announcements at this time, but Denise, if you could show the public comment card, please, so that the public knows how to contact us if they have a question or comment. Thank you very much. And so the public will have access to be able to call in. So you have the number there on the screen. Also, we'll be allowing for public comment in the boardroom if anyone is present. We want to make sure that there is access both in person as well as online for any members of the public who want to make a comment or ask a question throughout the meeting that we have today. So let's review the agenda for today. We'll begin with advancing racial equity through data using desired results developmental profile to uncover and address disparities in early childhood special education. The presenter is Cornelia Taylor. That will be followed by Pathways to Partnership. This is the special education resource lead focused on alternative dispute resolution. The main presenter will be Dr. Rachel Heenan, the Director of Special Education, along with her colleagues on that particular initiative. We will have lunch from 11:45 to 1 p.m., followed by general public comment. Approximately 1:15, we'll have the annual state application under Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. That will be presented by Norma Perella from the State California Department of Education Special Ed Division. Then at 2 o'clock, we'll have the System of Support Leads, which will give us the update on what the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence role is in the facilitation of increased integration and collaboration. And that will be presented by Mindy Faddick, who's the senior advisor for the collaborative, followed by a break. And then at approximately 3 o'clock, we'll have Family Empowerment Centers on Disability Overview and Update. And that will be presented by Patrick Garcia Smith, consultant with CDE, along with other colleagues. Item 7 will be the ACSE bylaw review revisions, and that will be presented by Commissioner Sarah Notch. That is for information. We won't take any action on that until the June meeting, followed by general public comment, and then we'll have adjournment approximately at 4:15. So that is our agenda for today. So I believe we're ready to go with our first presentation on advancing racial equity through data. Do we have that presentation ready to go?
I can start introducing it while Denise pulls the PowerPoint up, if that's
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, Cornelia. That would be terrific.
Okay. I just want to start by thanking you for having me at your meeting. I'm sure you guys have a lot of work to do, and it means a lot that you're centering our youngest children who are experiencing multiple types of discrimination in our communities. I just want to give a shout out to Rachel Heenan, who is in the Special Education Division, which funds our work, and Julie Rimsmario, who works with us on producing the SB 210 report annually, and also doing many of these same subgroup analyses for children who are deaf, hard of hearing. So let's see, can other people see the slides? I'm just seeing them like in a tile. Should I pin them?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if that is possible. It is hard to be able to see it as just another square on our on our screens.
I also have, when we get to the data parts, there's a lot of data on there. So I just want to make sure that when we get to those parts, everyone can see the data. So if we need to, I could also upload the slides. Okay, so move to the next slide. I just want to introduce myself and my colleagues. So my name is Cornelia Taylor. I'm the research director with the Desired Results ACSE project. And sorry, Cindy, I see I'm talking really fast, so I'll slow down. And I want to introduce Dr. Elizabeth Schroeder. And Elizabeth, do you want to just say a couple words?
Good morning, everyone. Elizabeth Schroeder, the director of the DR ACSE project. And like Cornelia, I appreciate being invited here today and to talk about this data. So look forward to the discussion. Good to see everyone.
Cornelia, I was just informed that it's not possible to pin the slides since everybody has to be visible for public access. So we'll just have to do the best you can in terms of presenting the information that's on the slide, including the data. Sorry about that. One of the challenges with being, and Heather's put something. Heather, do you want to unmute and let us know what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I'm sure that Cornelia
has them pinned for herself, but for our participants, we can always pin them for ourselves if we need to see a closer view as well, just using our view settings in Zoom.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Heather.
And I just want to also be respectful of our participants who are using the interpreter. So Elizabeth, maybe you can put them in a public box folder and then put a link to that in the chat. Okay.
Absolutely. I can also just upload the PDF right to chat too.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, thank you. Okay, next slide. I just wanted to tell you guys a little bit about what our project does, because as Heather knows, all of us in early childhood are really working on building collaboration so we can support the complex and diverse needs of early childhood, particularly as we move into integrated models of service delivery and funding. So we provide professional development primarily around the desired results developmental profile. We host secure websites to collect and report DRDP data. We collaborate within the California's early childhood special education system to provide leadership, and that's with partners again like SIP and ACSE. We work really hard to build relationships with districts and SELPAs because, as you guys know, California is incredibly diverse and very locally. A lot of the change is driven locally, so we see those relationships as being key to systems change. And then finally, we do knowledge development where we collect information, analyze, and report findings to support young children with IEPs. And the data that I'll be presenting today is a result of some of that knowledge development work. And please throw questions in chat because Elizabeth can answer while I'm talking. Next slide. Okay, so what is the DRDP? I think it's important to explain that the DRDP is an authentic assessment, which is a little bit different than the way assessment is done with tests like the CASP or other standardized tests. What we really want to learn about is how children are displaying their knowledge and skills in their everyday context, at home, at school, in play groups, sometimes in their therapy clinics. And within the framework of authentic assessment, which is a best practice for early childhood education, we always want to include multiple sources of information. And I can't say enough about how important it is to have multiple sources of information on young children. One thing that we run into in California is that a teacher might be English only and may have children in her classroom who are speaking a number of different home languages. So in order to understand that child's social development and receptive and expressive language in their home language, collaboration with family is so key. And then when we think about inclusive classrooms that have a general education teacher and a special education teacher, both of those viewpoints come from a little bit different place. So that collaboration about where the child is so critical to being accurate and reducing racial, cultural, and ability bias in our assessments. And then again, it's really important that an authentic assessment is completed by someone who knows the child well because of this issue of needing multiple sources of information and having firsthand observations of their activities. And then there's a diagram on the left, and what it says is that authentic assessment is a cycle. So the DRDP is sort of finalized and submitted in the fall and the spring. But the DRDP is a process that's happening all year. So from when the children start in the classroom, the teachers are observing the children and collecting data, photos, videos, conversations with parents, other assessments. So in those first couple months, they're really observing and collecting. Then they work with the team, hopefully, to review the documentation and determine the child's mastery across the measures in the DRDP. And then finally, they use those data, both from individual children and groups of children, to set goals and inform curriculum. So I want to really stress that the use of the data by teachers to set goals and inform curriculum is absolutely critical to the quality of child outcomes data we have for state level analysis, district level analysis, SELPA level analysis. Because if the teachers aren't finding it useful, then they aren't going to be able to commit the level of effort and expertise that they need to do it well. So we are really focused on putting utility first when we talk about the DRDP. Okay, next slide. Oh, I just want to pause. I see Elizabeth put the link to the slides. Let Elizabeth know if you have any trouble downloading them. Okay, so I reviewed some of your past agendas to figure out the best way to sort of link this presentation to your role in our special education system. And one of the key points to lay out is that the DRDP is our statewide assessment that is used for state performance plan reporting to OSEP for indicator B7, which is preschool outcomes. And this is a diagram that shows, so one thing that's really powerful about the DRDP is that we can use it at different levels. So teachers can use it at domain levels, which are linked directly to the foundations. So you can see the 5 domains that we use for the DRDP and how those link to the old foundations. So for example, approaches to learning self-regulation and social emotional development combine to create outcome A, positive social emotional skills. And across the country, all states report on this outcome A, B, and C on the right hand of this chart. So all states are required to report children's progress in preschool special education, or which we are kind of calling 3 to 5 special education, because it now includes TK and some children in kindergarten. And outcome A, positive social emotional skills. Outcome B, acquisition of knowledge and skills, which is cognition, math, science, their language and literacy. And then outcome C, the use of appropriate behaviors to meet their needs, which has to do with safety, hygiene, physical development, and other skills that we would call adaptive behaviors or daily living skills. Okay, I want to pause for a second because that was a lot of domain and indicator talk. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, next slide. Okay, so at the DR Access Project, one of our values is to promote equity. And the reason that we think focusing specifically on racial equity, like we're doing for this presentation, matters, is that a focus on racial equity can help reveal disparities that we may not know are there. It can drive systemic change. So when we can explain to a partner or a funder where the equity gaps are and how those are impacting children, that can help motivate systems to do the hard work of change. And I'm saying ensures equitable access, but it doesn't ensure it, but it makes it more likely. So if we don't look and we don't know, then there could be inequitable access that we aren't addressing. And then finally, accountability and transparency. And I'm sure Rachel can speak to this. The DRDP is our statewide instrument for monitoring on preschool outcomes. So it is used for accountability, and we send these subgroup analyses to the state. And so it's a way for the state to understand if there's patterns of disparities that might need to be addressed with resources or supports. And then I just want to shout out, I put a link at the bottom of this slide. The Early Childhood Technical Assistance Center, ECTA, is a national TA center funded by the Office of Special Education Programs. And they focus on early childhood special education. And they have created a document on inclusion, equity, and inclusion-focused leadership, which includes a survey, an anonymous survey that you can take to look to evaluate your own leadership and how your attitudes and actions support equity and inclusion. But it's a really great resource. So I put it on the slide if anyone wants to check it out. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this slide is a little bit complicated because it lays out how at DR Access, sort of our logic model for how we believe that data supports systemic change. And I'm just gonna talk, I have some notes because it's a little bit difficult to explain. So this figure shows that collecting assessment data is just the beginning. So a teacher observing, creating those ratings is just the beginning of the work that we do with authentic assessment. To truly improve early childhood education, data must be analyzed and used at every level of the system. So from teachers to policymakers. The key idea is that data move in both directions. So teachers and families provide insights that help shape policy, while agencies use those insights to refine supports and resources. So this feedback cycle of collecting and reporting data, and then federal, state, LEA, school use of those data to refine supports is a key cycle to supporting improvement. And then I also just want to state, because I don't think this figure does it justice, but families and children and providers are also at every level. So for example, we're at a state level meeting, but some of us are teachers, some of us are families. So the families and children and teachers are not limited to observation, collaboration, and learning, but they exist at every level of the system. Okay, so now that we've oriented ourselves to this idea of a nested framework of data use, let's just think about how racial equity can be embedded into each level. Okay, so starting at the federal level, which is the orange box, policies like IDEA ensure funding and compliance, but also require states to disaggregate data by race and ethnicity to track disparities. And that, for example, disproportionality is an example of where data are disaggregated and used to track disparities. States then use this data to shape policies, allocate funding, and provide training that supports equitable access to early childhood special education services. So for example, our use of the B6 inclusion data is a lot of the drive for projects like supporting inclusive practices that address what we know to be a gap in LEA and schools' ability to implement inclusive programs. So that's just an example of how our state has used those data in a loop to support our teachers. LEAs play a really critical role in system-wide implementation. So we'll often embed a innovation like embedded learning opportunities or pyramid model at the LEA level. So the LEA use of data ensures that schools analyze disparities in outcomes, placement, and services, and then they can use that data and embed equity into their ongoing leadership and support of these evidence-based practices. And then finally, at the real heart of the system is teachers and families. So teachers conduct assessments like the DRDP, and they pay attention to being culturally responsive and recognizing their own bias. So those are two practices that teachers use to support racial equity in assessment. And then families have to be valued as the core decision makers, and they provide critical context that ensures that the assessments reflect the child's strengths and lived experiences. So for example, we know that shy children are likely to do a lot more at home with their families than with teachers. So really elevating and trusting the input from families is so critical to equitable assessment. And then finally, what's really important is that this framework isn't just about data collection. It's about using data to drive change. So by embedding racial equity at every level of the systems of data use, we ensure that assessments aren't just tracking disparities, but they're helping to close them. So when we track disparities without naming actions to close them, we can actually further other groups, or we can we can fall into a deficit-based approach in explaining those results. So, okay, that was a lot. Sorry, next slide. Okay, so this is just this is quick. I just want to let you guys know that when we review data ourselves and when we teach people about how to review data, we focus on the look, think, act cycle, where we look at the facts, the data, we think about the meaning and draw conclusions, and then we plan actions based on our new understanding. And what's really important is that we don't lift quantitative data over lived experience or input from families or teachers, but we use it as one piece of information and sort of understanding problems and strengths. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I set up an activity here, and the way that we're going to do it is I'm going to present some national data on racial disparities, and then we're going to reflect on what we think might contribute to them. And you can do that reflection on your own on a piece of paper. You can put it in the chat box, whatever you want to do. And then we're going to look at that data for California and think together about what the data mean and how we could use the data to drive systems change. Okay, so the first topic that we're going to explore is the relationship between race and enrollment in special education. So nationally, 5.2% of 3 to 4-year-olds receive early childhood special education. And that is from the NIER and National Institute for Early Education Research. I think I have a link in the slides. Another finding is that nationally, white children were significantly more likely to receive early childhood special education than Hispanic, Latino, Black, and Asian children. So I just want to pause, and I'm going to give us 2 minutes where you can think about what systemic or structural factors might contribute to lower access to early childhood special education for Black, Asian, and multiracial children. So I'm going to start the timer and give you guys 2 minutes just to reflect on that.
While we're waiting, I just received a message that some commissioners do not have their camera on. There's been a request that all commissioners turn their cameras on, please. Thank you.
Okay, 20 more seconds. Okay, so would people be willing to come off mute and share some of your reflections? I don't know, Vicki, is that inappropriate for this format?
No, that's perfectly fine. I mean,
Okay.
if people want to use the raised hand indicator, if you want to have a response, and then Cornelia can call on you. Do we have anyone with a raised hand?
Oh, Christine.
Mhm.
Yes.
I guess I had a question. Looking at the second statistic on that white children are significantly more likely to receive the services. Is that, I guess, more likely to receive based on like identification and they're not receiving service after identification, or more likely to receive it compared to when they start school? Like the numbers, I guess I'm not sure what that statistic means.
Yes,
And then
that's
my
yes.
stab at it, not even knowing the answer to that, was looking at the age again, is, who is at home versus who is in a setting with an instructor who might have objective and experience in dealing with different children who might be able to identify more easily.
Yes. And so first of all, on your hypothesis, I think that's a really good hypothesis, because we know that Hispanic and Black children are more likely to be served in family, friend, and neighbor care, which is depending on how that's organized, there might be less systematic screening and referral. And they may have less contact with the LEA, who is responsible for the eligibility and services. And then, so the way that these data are collected is all states have to report child count for preschool special education. So a point in time, I'm not exactly sure how California does it. Some states use a December 1 count. So a count of all the children enrolled in special education in the state on December 1st. And then that count has to be disaggregated by race and ethnicity for federal reporting. So these are children. So this is just looking at, we have 100 Hispanic children and 10 of them are in services compared to 100 white children and 15 of them are in services on December 1st. So it's looking at both the rate of that of children identified within that racial ethnic category and how that compares to the rate of of children identified for and receiving special early childhood special education services. Did that?
Oh,
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead.
I think the other part of my question or my answer is if one of the causes is lack of a formal childcare setting, if the statistics are disaggregated by like economics, by the family's economic, the financial background, and I wondered, if that still shows that race is a stronger factor, or maybe the combination.
I think that's a great question. And I don't think OSEP requires reporting by economics, but there have probably been studies. So it's a really good idea. And I see Saran. Is that right? Saran?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Well, thank you for presenting. And one of the questions I have is looking at this data, is this the data showing in California or is this nationally?
This slide is national data, and then the next slide is California.
Okay, great. And thinking back to your question, the reflection question that you put on the slide, it really reminded me of my lived experiences growing up. So at a very young age, when I was 3, I didn't know how to walk. I didn't have the ability to walk like that. And I remember I had that support system where someone from the regional center actually took care of me at a very young age, was there for me every step of the way, teaching me how to ride a bike, teaching me how to walk, and really exploring my ways in the special education system. However, it was very hard because as a person of color, but also not having access to like translation and things like that, it was always hard growing up. And commonly what I see in very young people, like little ones and their parents, is they don't know where the resources are at. They don't know where the translation service is at. And when that happens, it causes those barriers for a lot of people of color, Black, Asian, multiracial children at a very young age. And and I and I just think that the way that we can address this is really teaching our family empowerment centers, organizations, CBOs, etc., teaching them how to really get the resources to the youth and the families and the communities. A lot of us here talk about the why it's really important for a kid with special needs to be successful. Why is it important for a kid to be going to college and things like that? But if we don't talk about the how, like what's the buildup and what's the steps to go from there, then those people will continue to be oppressed by the system and will continue to go through what they're going through. So, and I wanted to ask, like, what's the current work you are doing to really exploring that how piece? Thank you.
I can speak to national work around the how piece that I've been involved in. For example, I think a strategy that addresses exactly what you're talking about are cultural ambassadors. So you have like within the LEA, you have in my school district, we call them community liaisons, but they are people who speak the family's language, and they make contact with families and shepherd them through the process of eligibility, first IEP, and many of those barriers. And so that is a very that's an evidence-based way to improve the cultural responsiveness of some of these big processes and systems. Do you have ideas of what would have helped you or what helps other young children?
I think that what's been very helpful is after speaking with numerous Mongolian families and other racial ethnic groups, a lot of them told me that we would love it if we could share our stories, if we could give that data point. Because I remember someone at the CDE said, every data tells us a story, a larger picture of what children and families are going through. And to me, what that really data really is that when you get that story from those families and those children and you ask them and you interview them, that shows a lot. And I think that would be a really great way to really understanding on how we can really exploring that how in California and beyond from that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'm gonna, if we can move to the next slide, which is the California data, and I'm just gonna apologize because I erred on giving you guys all the data as opposed to making it more bite-sized. So it will take me a minute to orient you guys. So this is for California, and this link down here in the bottom, if you click on it, it will take you to the report where there is a full state profile with additional data points produced by NEAR. And so I don't know if you guys can see the dotted line. So the percentages are the percentage of children within the racial ethnic category receiving early childhood special education. So for example, if your denominator is all 3 to 5 year olds in California, 4% of those are receiving early childhood special education services. And you can see that the national average, which is that dotted line, is a bit higher. Okay, when we look at American Indian or Alaska Native, we can see that in California, 5% of children who are American Indian or Alaska Native are receiving early childhood special education, which is a little bit higher than all children in California, but still a little bit below the national average. So we can see that the percentage of Hispanic or Latino children receiving early childhood special education is again higher than all children and actually close to the national average. Also, 2 or more races is higher than all children and very close to the national average. But I'm going to pause and let people look at it. Does anybody want to take a stab at interpreting this in the context of, are we seeing any racial groups that are seeing that don't have as much access to early childhood special education services as we would expect? I can take a stab at it if you guys want. I think we can see Asian, that only 3% of our children who identify as Asian are receiving early childhood special education services. That's lower than the rate for all children, and it's lower than the national rate. We can see Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islanders are lower than all children and also lower than the national rate. And we can see that the category of white is lower than all children and lower than the national rate.
Commissioner Snipes has her hand up.
Oh, yes, thank you, Vicki.
This also makes me think about over-identification.
Mhm.
Those subgroups who are closer to that national average, but over all children for the state of California, those specific groups that are close to or over that are also those groups who are oftentimes labeled as behavior challenges and potentially put into special education services because of that. So that's something that came up for me when I'm looking at this data.
Yeah. Okay, so I think sort of the take home is in California, we are seeing some patterns of lower or higher identification based on race and ethnicity, but it doesn't really look like the rest of the country. Okay, I'm going to move us along. Next slide. Okay, so next we want to look at exploring the relationship between race, ethnicity, and eligibility. And this is looking at category of eligibility. So in preschool special education, we use the same categories of eligibility that are used in Part B. And our biggest categories are autism and speech language impairment. Nationally, Black children receiving early childhood special education were more likely than white children to be classified with autism. And nationally, Hispanic and white children were more likely than Black children to be classified as having a speech language impairment. And something to know about race and eligibility is that, that some diagnoses are more stigmatizing than others. For example, intellectual disability can be very stigmatizing compared to speech language impairment. So there can be bias in the way that these eligibility categories are used based on race. And then there can be long-term impacts related to inclusive settings and what therapies children have access based on their eligibility. So it's when we're reflecting, like, how might systems, rather than patterns of delay, be shaping which disabilities are identified and for whom? And so here we can think beyond just speech language, but speech language and autism, but, deaf, hard of hearing, intellectual disability, thinking across the categories. And I'm going to set a timer for 1.5 minutes. Okay, so just what kinds of hypotheses did people come up with? If anyone would like to share. Oh, hi. Thank you, Christine.
Well, my daughter is hard of hearing, and you mentioned that category. And if a family doesn't have access to testing, it might be viewed as something like a speech language issue rather than an actual hearing, deaf or hard of hearing identification. So that was one thought I had. So I think assessments and access to more complex assessment systems might contribute, and I'm not sure how that would affect different racial groups, but I think again it's just an access issue. That was my thought.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause for a second. I see Julie in the room. Do you have additional thoughts on what Christine said about race and access to complex assessment systems?
Okay, you guys can all see me? Okay, because it's so funny, Christine. Christine, where are you? Okay, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. And thinking how many, especially hard of hearing children, mild to moderate, they tend not to be labeled deaf. And they are in the deaf spectrum, but they tend to be put into the speech and language and labeled there, but they don't have any speech issues. They need access to language. So I can envision, I mean, several students, you know, just exactly like Christine's daughter could have easily fallen into that trap. And I'm also seeing a lot of deaf and hard of hearing children becoming labeled as mild or moderate. And it's not a hearing level, it's a cognitive level. No. Those are two separate things. So there's a lot of mislabeling going on. So yes, I completely agree with Christine. Thank you.
Audrey?
As I'm looking at all these slides, I am thinking that culture has a lot to do with these issues. For one, California is a state with many different cultures. And we have a lot of immigrants. They're not aware of some of the services that are available. And diagnosis like autism still has a stigma, even though they have all the symptoms. And as a parent, it's hard to accept that your child has this diagnosis. And some parents are more willing to accept the diagnosis and accept early intervention. So that's one of the problems we have here is so many different cultures not having, you know, in their previous, you know, where they lived before in their country, access to early childhood education. They're not aware of the services that we have here. So diagnosis may be a lot, maybe done a lot later, as well as parents, especially the male in the families, have a really hard time with accepting that diagnosis.
That's a great point. I'm going to move on to the data from California. And I think we're going to have to end with this one. So there's another one in here that you guys can look at in the slides. Okay, next slide. Okay, so again, I erred on the side of putting all of the data on here, and just we will often look at race data separately from ethnicity data because so much of our, like children who are Hispanic cover a number of different racial groups, and there's differences in their lived experiences. There's differences between being a Native American Hispanic or being other Pacific Islander Hispanic. So we look at race on its own as a first pass often with our data. And so this slide is showing on the left the percent of this racial group identified with autism, And on the right, the percentage of this racial group identified as speech language impaired. And what you can see is that for children who are Hawaiian, Guamanian, Cambodian, white, Native American, and Asian Indian, we're seeing a higher percentage of speech language impairment, which is I thought that Audrey said it really well. Like it's an easier diagnosis for families to accept. And that's real because of the way that children with an autism diagnosis might be perceived within that family's culture or within the broader culture. And then when we look at the left side of the bars, starting with Laotian, you can see these are groups who are more likely to be identified with autism as compared to being identified with a speech language impairment. And you can see at the very bottom, Hmong, which was only 35 children, but 70% of those children, almost 70% of those children were identified with autism. And so I'm going to give everybody a minute to look at these and feel free to ask questions. Does anybody have any interpretations of this chart that they want to that they would feel comfortable sharing? Okay, so we just have a little bit of time. I'm just going to give you guys just the high level points that I draw from this. But again, like I identify as a white, cisgendered, English speaking woman. So there's many more interpretations that would be more valid. But what I see is that I think there's two things at play. So the first thing I think that's at play is for some racial groups, like Audrey was saying, the impairment needs to be much higher before the family is ready to accept the diagnosis and the services. So I think that's part of what's at play is cultural understanding of disability and sort of where the family has that threshold for thinking that they will need services. Another thing is that we see that in California, similar to nationally, that Black or African American children are more likely to be identified as autism, but I mean, just barely, right? So I think we're seeing a much bigger impact on some other racial groups like Filipino, Chinese, Samoan, other Pacific Islanders. So just thinking about how the family's culture, the evaluator's perception of the child's behavior. We know that we have biases based on our own culture, and that impacts our ability to correctly understand the intent of children's behaviors that are culturally different than ours. So lots goes into it. And so just to wrap up, thank you guys so much for your engagement. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and talk about this. Oh, Saran, or do you want to say something?
Yeah. I really love this data. I think it's a very vital data that shows a lot of information about racial ethnic groups and where we are at as a society. And something I remember your last slide, you asked a question that really connected with me a little bit, and it's stigma. And something that I recognize is with a lot of people, like a lot of Mongolians, is that a lot of us are very taboo to talk about disability. For example, like when I got diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder and developmental delay, my parents did not want to talk with anybody. They just didn't want to talk about it. They were just too taboo to talk about it because the world makes disability seem like it's a very bad thing.
Mhm.
And that really hinders people's ability to talk about it and really get those systems and resources and things like that. And that's what I see in a lot of communities and groups is that people are very scared to talk about it. Even after identifying with the disability, they still feel very uncomfortable talking about it because the stigma around that disability. And sometimes, besides autism and speech, a lot of people are very taboo to talk about emotional disturbance, emotional disability, something that I had growing up. And I don't like talking about it sometimes either because that's very stigmatizing it can be.
Mhm.
So I think looking at more of the how can we make it not stigmatizing for people of color and people to really be not afraid and really be comfortable talking about their disabilities. How do we change the perception? How do we change it differently? And that's what I really want to do. And I think you really addressed it very well in your presentation. So thank you.
I think that's a beautiful place to end is how can we all do things that help acceptance of all children based on their ability, race, ethnicity, other factors that may lead to stigma that isn't deserved and isn't fair.
So
Okay. Thank you,
Cornelia,
Vicki.
thank you so much. And I just want to see if any other commissioners have any comments. Oh, I see. Oh, we do have several. Okay, Commissioner Notch and then Commissioner Snipes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really love this work on a very personal and professional level. I have a 13-year-old son with disabilities who was expelled from preschool when he was 3. And we faced significant roadblocks in being able to find an early childhood program that would give him an opportunity based on presentation of his needs at that time. And I think a lot about the privilege that we hold as a white middle class family with a parent in the field of special education and how tremendously difficult it was for us and how it must have been exponentially harder for families who were facing systemic inequitable access. 10 years later, my professional journey has led to being part of launching an inclusive California state preschool program within the San Mateo County Office of Education. We have 2 early childhood special education teachers embedded in the program, and we're able to offer a full day program for families who are receiving part day services through an IEP, but also need childcare options. And the combined lenses of our gen ed and special education teachers has led to not only being able to say yes to every family who has sought enrollment, but also being able to provide the supports that they need without having to turn to a separate setting, special day preschool as their only option. The last thing I wanted to say is that we're also in year 3 in our early childhood center of anti-racist, anti-bias educator work. So seeing your data really reaffirms that we're on the right path. And if I had been able to find a program like this 10 years ago when my son really needed it, who knows how his educational and social emotional path may have been impacted. I know it's a game changer for our families, most of whom are Black, Asian, and Hispanic Latino, because I hear their stories. So in the spirit of Commissioner Tuck-Jargel's comment about the power of sharing stories, I just wanted to share a bit about why this is resonating and express my gratitude for all of your work and for presenting to us today.
Fantastic. Thank you for all of your work. It's not
Commissioner
easy
Snipes?
starting a program.
And then Commissioner Ruiz.
I have the privilege of having worked with Elizabeth and Cornelia prior to this meeting. We get to partner together. So this isn't my second time receiving this information. I'm so glad that we got to bring it to this platform. I wanted to call out just the importance of DR access in itself. As someone who's coming with a general education background and very quickly had to learn about special education services and how to support students with disabilities in my inclusive preschool settings, DR access is something that is underutilized by general education educators and programs. And so I need to elevate that right here in this platform. If you are a general education person, DR access is invaluable to practices when we know that we're supporting a more diverse student population. So just got to put that shout out. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you, Heather.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. I appreciate all the work that went into it. I just always need to take everything back to parents. And, you know, especially at this early age, parents are the face and the voice of these children. And all of the things that were said, whether it's accepting the diagnosis or understanding it more or getting more information about your children's behavior, is really difficult. You know, everything especially at this early age. I remember being there with my own son, and sometimes you're just not hearing the stuff that people are telling you, educators and so on. So I just think, again, it would be really wonderful to connect these parents with our parent training and information centers and our family empowerment centers, because they're parent run, and it would give other parents a chance to connect with parents that have been through this. And just think it could be an additional resource to making a difference and an impact.
I think that's the best place for cultural ambassadors to be located.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hoyokawa?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I just want to really share my appreciation for your bringing this information to us and to our bigger community. It's a good reminder of the work that we still need to do to figure out how to serve our very diverse and beautiful population in our state. And in this political climate, I know it's harder, but the needs have not gone away. And I think we all want to do what we can. Sorry about the dog. We all want to do what we can to help make sure that we don't lose sight of, you know, these kids and these families. This is exactly, it's so nuanced that broad strokes don't work. And we really appreciate your work in helping us figure out how to support all of our students. So thank you so much.
So Cornelia, I think you can see how what an impact, you know, your work is making. And so thank you. And I would also encourage you to make some presentations to higher education as we prepare, you know, future administrators, both general education and special education teachers. I think it's always important for them to kind of get a sense of the landscape and to understand the data and so forth. So please feel free to reach out to me and I can help you connect with higher education. And this is great baseline data that hopefully the state will continue to monitor this as these children, you know, develop and so forth. So thank you again, Cornelia. So now we'd like to see if there are any comments from any of the public and the boardroom. Denise, you're going to have to help us if there's anybody in the boardroom who has a comment.
There's nobody present in the boardroom.
All right. Would you, okay, I see you have the public comment slide up. So let's just give a moment to see if any members of the public would like to call in.
There are no callers at this time.
Okay, very good. Well, we'll end this particular item. Cornelia, again, and Elizabeth, thank you so much for your presentation. And there's been a request that we take a 10-minute, you either want to say comfort or bio break. And so why don't we reconvene at 11:20 with the next item? All right. Thanks again. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. It's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Rachel Heenan and her team. Looks like a mighty team that you have there to present with you. So I'm going to let you take over and possibly introduce your colleagues. But it's a pleasure to have the Pathways to Partnership group. So please, thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Graff. I'm actually going to allow Veronica to kick off our presentation as the Executive Director for Pathways to Partnership, and then we'll hop in throughout the presentation. So I'm going to hand it over to Veronica.
Hi, good morning. It's good to be back with the commissioners. My name is Veronica Coates, and I serve a dual role along with Joanna Delegata from Ventura County, SELPA. We are the executive directors of Pathways to Partnership, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Special Education Resource Lead in the statewide system of support. It's a lot of words, but I think important to spell out all of those acronyms. And we're going to guide you through a presentation today we're almost through our second year of our grant and our project. We were here last spring around this time, I believe, to talk about the project and initiative in its inaugural year. And this time we're going to give you an update on what we've been up to, specifically around some of our technical assistance and collaboration with the California Department of Education. So we're really excited to review some of the things that we've been doing to provide that direct support to families and students and the field. So I'm going to now hand it off to all of us. We'll introduce ourselves very briefly so that you know who we are. As we do have a big team here, we want to have all these voices heard so that you can see the faces of those that are really doing the behind the scenes work. I already introduced myself. Dr. Heenan already introduced herself as well. So we'll kick it off. We'll advance the slide and I'll send it to Denise Lambert from the California Department of Education to introduce herself.
Good morning, I'm Denise Lambert. I'm an educational consultant here at the CDE with the Special Education Department.
How about Joanna?
Good morning, everybody. Joanna Delegata, Executive Director, Ventura County SELPA, and Executive Director for Pathways to Partnership. Stacy?
Hi, I'm Stacy Albee. I'm a co-director here with Pathways to Partnership out of the Ventura County SELPA. I'll turn it over to Aubrey.
Good morning, Aubrey Folk, co-director with Pathways to Partnership, and I am out of Tehama County SELPA. I'm so happy to be here. I'm actually going to kick us off with our presentation. So if we could advance the slide to our objectives. Thank you. Today's objective is to explore how Pathways to Partnership supports dispute prevention and resolution through collaboration with the California Department of Education, and how Pathways to Partnership offers direct help and tools to families, agencies, and schools, plus how our regional leads help build local capacity. You'll get to hear more about that in some slides in just a bit. Next slide. Thank you. So here's a quick look at what we'll be covering today. We're going to start with an overview of Pathways to Partnership. Then we're going to dive into the Regional Implementation Lead Network and how our community of practice how our community of practice works. We'll touch on professional development opportunities. We'll also highlight the SELPA ADR conference and explore how we offer statewide technical assistance in collaboration with the Constituent Support Services Office. We'll also take a look at how real-time data is informing our work, and then we'll wrap up with questions and a discussion. Thank you. All right, Pathways to Partnership overview. Before we get into the main presentation, we'd like to take a few minutes to talk about Pathways to Partnership. Pathways to Partnership is part of the statewide system of support as a special education resource lead in alternative dispute resolution and prevention. We provide support to students, families, and educators. Our purpose is really simple. We want to help resolve conflict and preserve relations in special education in California. In order to do this, we foster trust trust and collaboration and keep our students at the center. Next slide. Thank you. I'll pass it over to Stacey Albee. You're on mute.
Thank you, Aubrey. Okay. All right, just got to get myself resituated. So building capacity and dispute prevention and resolution skills throughout the state is a significant focus of the work that we're doing. And based on existing region maps throughout the state, we've identified leads in 11 regional areas, as you can see here in the slide. The individuals who are serving as our regional implementation leads already have training and experience in ADR work, and they're the best source to assist in developing and preserving relationships at the local level. And they're familiar with the unique needs and the resources that are in their area. So we continue to meet regularly with our identified leads to provide ongoing coaching and guidance. We've been working this year to create a sustainable regional implementation lead network, which provides an additional layer of support among the leads. So they have ongoing opportunities to meet and to talk with each other, to provide inter-region trainings, and provide additional methods of support. With our guidance, some of our regional implementation leads are already involved in providing ADR technical assistance, which we're going to talk a little bit more about in just a little bit. And they're doing that for their local areas. And they're doing that work with the referrals that come directly to our website and then also from the CDE. And they're really doing this with success. So you can find out more about the regional implementation leads in your area by reaching out to one of us or submitting a request directly from our website. And you have that information available on the slide. Next slide. I want to tell you a little bit about our community of practice. So projects like our statewide community of practice build a collective culture and capacity to prevent conflicts. So as you can see on this slide, we have a large number of individuals across the state that come together in a statewide quarterly meeting to learn, to share, and to inspire each other. This is a collaborative and a collective effort that includes not just ADR specialists from districts and SELPAs, but from additional community partners like our family empowerment centers and our Seeds of Partnership. We are working to build ADR skills within a dual capacity building framework. Remember the regional implementation leads I was talking about? Well, most of our regions have already established and they're operating communities of practice for their local regions as well. And we're really excited about the work that's happening there. Next slide. In addition to developing our regional implementation lead network and providing and supporting the process of growth through communities of practice through a statewide and regional model, Pathways to Partnership is also providing ongoing training and support, assisting regions to develop their ADR continuums of support, providing direct facilitated IEP training, which is at no cost to regions and provided as a TOT model, a trainer-trainer model. Not only is this training provided at no cost, but the materials are provided as well. We want the tools and the strategies from this training in the hands of people who are working to make a difference. In addition, Pathways to Partnership has just recently provided sponsorships to 25 individuals who will be participating in Pepperdine Strauss Institute's week-long mediation training entitled Mediating the Litigated Case. In collaboration with Pathways to Partnership, the Strauss Institute has adapted this course to specifically focus the training through a special education lens. And if you are interested in training requests that can be tailored to your local needs, please contact us at info@pathwaystopartnership.org. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Joanna.
Good morning, everybody. And Denise, if we could advance the slide, thank you. Last month, Pathways to Partnership and the State SELPA Association hosted the annual ADR conference in Riverside. The theme was rooted in the idea of shared spaces connecting families, LEAs, SELPAs together in prevention and restoration, focusing on preserving relationships and finding solutions. Pathways to Partnership, or P2P, is collaborating with CDE leadership Within the Special Education Division, under Dr. Keenan's leadership, the Constituent Support Services Office was created, providing technical assistance in support of this theme, shared spaces. I'll hand it off to Veronica to share more about P2P, statewide technical assistance.
Yes, we are coming off a really exciting time from the ADR conference and also presented there as a team. It's been really important for us as a resource leadership team alongside California Department of Education Special Education Division leadership team to present together to talk about the direct technical assistance that is occurring in the field. Our technical assistance also extends beyond just our technical assistance with the department. It is also supportive of local and regional system design. If there are SELPAs or LEAs or family empowerment centers who wish to have some input or need some coaching on how to create these systems, those are also ways that we can assist. We have provided consultation on cases that have come to us from local and regional areas. We'll get into the constituent support office in a little bit, but sometimes things just come to us organically. So that's another area of technical assistance. And then also just our integration into the system of support and ensuring that we're providing and or collaborating with those other projects that have similar or like visions. One such project is high quality IEPs and the companion guidebook for IEPs that we helped co-create alongside them. So just ways on how to expand that capacity statewide. Rather than just kind of staying in our own little initiative. And that's the whole goal of the system of support. So if we could advance to the next slide. I will briefly summarize our technical assistance, the infancy of technical assistance. We always had a goal of providing support to the California Department of Education in whatever way they saw fit was best. And under Dr. Heenan's leadership, she has really had a vision of providing direct support to families and LEAs. And the Constituent Support Office was born from that idea. Pathways to Partnership alongside California Department of Education really co-created that together through some work of process mapping, prototyping, and piloting some cases. It's also going alongside the same lane of building our regional implementation lead that Stacy discussed, and how to integrate those entities into this technical assistance. I want to give a shout out to some of our regional leads. Whenever you're presenting statewide, you start getting texts, right? So I had to put my phone away because I was getting all of the texts from our regional leads who are rooting us on, and they are our partners behind the scenes as well. They're just as important to this work as those of us on the screen. So I just want to give them a little shout out. If we could advance to the next slide, please. And we can't take credit for this. This beautiful flyer was developed at the CDE and really to enhance their public relations around their new Constituent Support Services Office and how their support has really gone live in October. We'll get to hear from them on the goals of that office, how P2P has integrated within supporting them through coaching, taking some cases, etc. But the office went live in October. They have a new website. The flyer is available, and we are all just trying to get this word out about this wonderful new opportunity and resource for parents. And I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Denise Lambert, I believe, and she's going to talk about the Constituent Support Office, as she's been an integral leader in not only the development of that office, but that continued leadership in its implementation. So I'll hand it over to Denise, and we can advance to that slide 13.
Thank you, Veronica. So a little bit about the Constituent Support Services Office. The Constituent Office Services serves as a central point of contact for families and educational partners to express concerns and to ask questions. It also offers immediate support. It directs inquiries. to the right channels and determines when the issues require escalation to our complaints review unit or to those wishing to do alternative dispute resolution in that process. Additionally, the office ensures cases are appropriately referred to other departments or units for further resolution. We also are working in conjunction with SELPA. We collaborate between SELPA and the constituent's office is essential to ensure families and LEAs receive timely support and access to valuable resources. By working together, both entities can streamline resolution efforts, minimize delays, and deliver more effective responses to concerns. This partnership fosters a unified approach to addressing challenges at the local level. And then lastly, we wanted to share some of our data. The majority of the calls or inquiries that we were getting in the constituent's office fall under 5 key categories. Complaints make up the largest portion of 25%, followed by requests for information and ADR support, each at 19%. And then other types of inquiries account for 16%, while IEP-related concerns represent 14% of total contacts. So this data highlights some of the diverse nature of support that we have for families and LEAs seeking assistance from our office. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Keenan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Denise. Commissioners, it's great to see you today. Pathways to Partnership, thank you for your ongoing collaboration and bringing this work to the next level. It's exciting to kind of see where we've been. I think when somebody said that it's been a year since we have been here talking about the work and the collaboration and the outreach from CDE to the community, to our constituents. And it's always kind of shocking to me that it's been a year and so much has happened. So it's exciting to finally have the opportunity to talk, to give updates to the community. And I think when people talk about CDE, they think about monitoring. They talk about monitoring school districts, and that is a huge part of what we do, to make sure that we're improving outcomes for students with disabilities. But the very critical work of CDE is also to ensure that we have outreach to families and that we're supporting families. And I remember one of the stories that I kind of tell is when I came to CDE, we were coming off of a global pandemic. We have completely shifted to how we did business, how we communicate with people, and we lost that human touch. So it was very important to me and to CDE and our division is to really bring that touch back to the community, that communication, and then hence the development of this office. So I know that they've talked about the wonderful things that is happening with the constituent office and Pathways to Partnership. And I always want to kind of dovetail into the other processes. People always ask about information related to due process, litigation, the formal processes of complaints, what happens at that level. So I did want to also talk about the formal process that families also take when they would like to express concerns or request mediation when things aren't really going well for the relationships between the district and parents. And we have the system through our Office of Administrative Hearings where parents can seek formal mediation for resolution or litigation, which is very much like you see or think about when you see a court hearing in progress. So one of my, based on, from my background and experiences, one of, I think, the most effective ways that we do solve concerns is at the lowest level possible. And so we'll continue to work with our districts, with our SELPAs and our families to make sure that the needs of our families, as well as our districts, are being met. So I did want to just remind everybody that when we do go through a formal process of due process and litigation through the Office of Administrative Hearings, there's always a cost. And people always like to talk about, how much it costs and how much financially monies go towards litigation. And absolutely, there is a large sum of money that addressed last year. We had over 4,500 cases that were closed. And these are formal cases. So these aren't cases that have gone through pathways to partnership or resolved at the local level through the school district's ADR processes. So just formally, we want to, acknowledge that these are dollars that I think everybody would like to see go towards improving outcomes for students with disabilities. But more importantly, I think for me and for school districts and families, I think we all can agree that more critical is the cost that it is on relationships between families and school districts. That relationship is sometimes 22 years for families. And if, it gets to the point where there are formal filings and hearings and attorneys involved, it's very difficult to reverse and bring that relationship back to where it needs to be to really focus on the needs of the student. So that's one of the things I always like to remind people. It's not just the financial cost, but we're also looking at the staff cost is when we talk a lot about trying to recruit and retain special education teachers and support staff. I think a lot of our teachers go into this field because they want to make a difference. They love students. They love children. They have a unique passion and expertise to work with students who have disabilities. But we're seeing a lot of the feedback coming in, and there's going to be a survey going out on why are teachers leaving the field. And just anecdotally, from my experience in the field, it is a lot of the social and emotional cost to teachers, administrators, and staff. And it really, in my experience, and I'm thinking that survey will also show that there is going to be a direct impact on teacher attainment and the impact of keeping our quality teachers when that passion and the focus needs to remain on teaching. So I always want to bring those three areas up when we talk about the cost of formal due process, the formal resolution process, and litigation. Next slide, please. Okay. So again, we always like to bring data forward and actual correct data. And one of the things that I like to highlight, and I think I brought different data forward last year, was the number of formal due process hearings that were filed with our Office of Administrative Hearings. So again, this is an entity outside of CDE who handles our disputes, mediations, and litigations. So, I mean, clearly, if you look at the past 5 years, there's been an average of a little bit over 4,000 filings. And again, that does not take into account the resolutions that happen at the local level or at the SELPA level. So, I mean, as you can see, the majority of cases were filed on behalf of students. And so what that means is that the parent is the one who initiates the formal filing. For whatever reason, there's been a dispute at the local level that cannot be resolved or was not resolved, leading to the filing. There's also the blue bars that indicate also when a school district initiates due process. So when a school district feels that they're kind of stuck and they need a little bit of help moving cases forward. So as you can see, it's a pretty solid trend in the past 5 years, where approximately 450 to 500 cases have been filed on behalf of school districts. So quite a large number, but when you think of we have over 850,000 students with disabilities, 850,000 and 4,000 are being, filed. I think, from one of the things that shows is we are able to resolve things at the lowest level possible, and we're hoping to see a downward trend with some of the supports that we're now infiltrating into the system. Next slide, please. And it seems like there's a very common request, and people are very interested. They want to know why. Why are parents and school districts filing for due process? What is it that they can't come to a resolution or to a compromise? What are the big areas? So people always want to know. So when we requested the data from Office of Administrative Hearings, we kind of looked at, again, a 5-year trend on the reasons why cases go through a formal dispute resolution. And a lot of times what we're seeing is parents and families feel as if their student was not receiving the services that they needed, and they're requesting compensatory education. There's a lot of concerns, just if you just kind of look at from a 30,000-foot level. A lot of concerns with the type of instruction, what's happening in the classroom, and that is the direct instruction. That's the second graph we see. And the third thing is assessments. So this is something that is really big to CDE and something important that we always stress, which relates to the last presentation and some of the presentations we've had in the past relating to assessments. And maybe the families feel that the assessment doesn't quite adequately address or display where the students' present levels of performance are. Maybe it's not an accurate presentation, some disagreement with what the assessment says. So there's a lot of areas of concern related to assessments. And that's one of the things I like to, dig into. I think some of the past presentations, we talked about our multilingual students who have disabilities, and we call them dually identified. So they're identified as being an English language learner as well as a student with disabilities. And so we're looking also at the impact of that second language and culture have on assessment. So this is a big area of disagreement according to the data that we see. The next area is placement. And so, clearly there's a concern with placement of students, whether it be in a less restrictive environment. So meaning maybe parents want their students in more of an inclusive setting, or if they feel that the setting is too inclusive and they want a more restrictive setting. We haven't disaggregated that, but there's concerns with placement. And the last thing is reimbursement. So what that tells us is that maybe parents have sought outside support and felt that they weren't getting enough services within the school day at the at the LEA, and sought reimbursement for these services. So those are the top 5 areas, and if you look across the 5 years, they seem pretty consistent in the concerns that were brought up from our Office of Administrative Hearings. Next slide, please. Now this slide, I want to give you a little warning, because we always have the saying garbage in, garbage out when it comes to data. And what that means when I look at this data is this truly is not an accurate representation of the number of mediations or resolutions that were settled in the mediation process. And again, this is the formal mediation process with the Office of Administrative Hearings. Part of the reason why this data is not accurate, but I needed to show it as was reported, it is truly it represents the number of respondents to when a case closes. So what I mean by that is when a case goes to hearing or goes to mediation, after the mediation, if the case has settled, there is a requirement to fill out some data, that goes back to OAH, that discusses the outcome of the case. Overwhelmingly, the data does not get returned. So when I say garbage in, garbage out, it's really hard to look at this data knowing that that OAH isn't receiving the data they need to adequately represent the results of their cases. So I'm currently working with OAH to try to create a better system so we can truly look at the methods of resolution that are reported and that are more accurate. But when you look at the data that's reported, what it clearly says to me, and as part of someone who worked in this process in the past, is that the parties are not settling in the formal resolution session. And just simply what that means is maybe the parents or school district have filed for a formal mediation or a hearing. However, they've been able to work it out outside of the process, which is technically what we're doing when we do alternative dispute resolution. We're not going to court. We're not having an administrative law judge who doesn't even know our students make decisions about them. These cases are being settled outside of that process, going back to the school districts and with the families. So even though the data is skewed here, it's truly telling us, again, reinforcing the need to use this outside process to settle our disputes. So as everyone knows, I'm a huge supporter of ADR, alternative dispute resolution. I've seen it work firsthand for hundreds of cases. And again, I'm a big proponent of, working on that relationship, because a lot of families will have that relationship with school districts for 22 years. So with that, I did want to just thank you for allowing me some time in front of you. It's always a pleasure. And again, happy to report on some of the great things that our system of support and our leads are doing. So I will hand that off, I believe, to Veronica for the next slide.
I think it's Joanna. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Denise, thank you. So in conclusion, where are we now? What are we currently working on? We're in the process of using input through a gap analysis with respect to the entire state and what's going on and what the needs are. We are coaching and assisting with system design with the regional leads on the network. And as we've already mentioned, we are providing a 2-day facilitated IEP training. In addition, we're collaborating with the Strauss Institute at Pepperdine University and mainly tailoring the needs to those regions through the Regional Implementation Lead Network. And then Denise, next slide. And of course, we have a website, so we invite you to check out the Pathways to Partnership website. And there you can connect with your family resource or empowerment center and or your SELPA. And you can also find several resources, including the IEP Success Companion Guide that Veronica referred to earlier, co-developed with high quality IEPs. And we have tools for collaborative and effective processes included in that guide. It's a really helpful document. Also on the resources page, you can find our info sheets on ADR processes, creating a shared space, remaining neutral, breaking impasse, and active listening. And you can also connect with us via phone, via email, or by sending us a message on the website. So all of that can be found at our Pathways to Partnership website. And then on the next slide, Denise, there was one more that we put in at the last minute that's not there, so I'll just say it out loud. We wanted to share a save the date for the 2026 ADR conference because I mentioned it earlier. So next year's conference will be again in Riverside on March 19th and 20th of 2026. So we definitely hope to see you there. And then as far as our thank you slide, we wanted to make sure that we thanked you for your time today and remind you to visit our website, email us, follow us on social media. And if we have any time, do you have any questions for us?
Well, thank you all very, very much. I really appreciate you coming to give us sort of an update on all the work that you've been involved with. And, I think oftentimes, when we get into disputes, regardless of who it's with, whether it's our partner, whether it's a colleague or whatever, oftentimes people just want to be heard. They just want someone to listen to them and to respond to them. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've heard parents say, nobody gets back to me. You know, when I try and contact my local school or my district or whatever, I just don't get anybody to respond to me. But I think, you know, with you all being so proactive here with this, you know, statewide and down to the local area, I think it's really, really terrific. So I want to open it up to commissioners who might have questions or comments. I know we've got some parents as commissioners. Love to hear maybe some thoughts from some of the parent reps on the commission about what you've heard from this presentation. Any thoughts? Okay, Commissioner Notch and then Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you so much for your presentation and your work. I'm always impressed to hear what you're all up to and all the ways that you're supporting families and districts in preserving relationships and moving forward in a student-centered way. Your focus on trust and collaboration and communication is instrumental in preserving the relationships between families and districts. And as a parent, I can speak firsthand to unfortunately being in the position as a family where we were unable to reach consensus through the IEP process and ended up in a dispute. And the irreparable harm that has created for us in multiple ways, by the case getting to litigation as a method of resolution, has created just, I can't even speak to the impact. We're still kind of processing through it, to be honest. And for us, you know, especially with being a professional in the field and understanding the fiscal and relational impacts that litigation creates, filing was our last resort after attempting to collaborate and communicate with the district. And as Commissioner Graff spoke to, when our escalation outreach attempts to the district superintendent and SELPA went unanswered. I think when districts and SELPA teams lift up this dispute prevention and alternative resolution, the positive impact is very clearly and impressively reflected in the data that you presented. And my hope is that this becomes standard practice across the state, which I know you're working diligently to achieve. I say all the time, the system should work for the families without the families needing to know how to work the system. And I think this is just a shining example of that. In the meantime, my question is, in cases when this isn't something that the districts or SELPAs proactively offer, ADR, facilitated IEPs, trauma-informed pre-litigation mediation, when those options aren't brought up proactively, how can we best get the word out to families about these incredible resources, particularly those who may not be connected to FECs or other partners who might be able to help inform them of the options to work through dispute resolution?
Well, that's the question of the year, right? It's always, I say this every time I present, we're educators and we weren't trained in public relations. I see Dawn on here, who is our public relations, she's so good at that and that's her area of expertise. And I hear her voice in my head all the time and she's like, do this or that. And so we're trying to do all of those things to get the word out. Social media, but also paper, if people need that. We're kind of on this little road show of going to present at opportunities like this and conferences, and also all of the system of support leads presenting at their conferences, which doesn't always get to parents, as your question is mainly for parents, Sarah. So I think some of it is just, having the website accessible, QR codes, social media, going to places like this, word of mouth, and also educating our SELPAs and LEAs, our regional centers, our FECs, our CACs, that this is a resource and that they should also be providing that as a resource on their websites, through their social media and what have you. So I don't think we have the perfect answer, but that's how we've been going about it now. And I would open it up to my team as well if there was something I missed.
The only thing I would add is our regional implementation leads are really helping us push that, because those are the folks that are really on the ground doing the work alongside us. So they are all going back to their sites, their local regional centers, working with their IDEA specialists to help spread the word. But really, we need all of everybody's help. We need to spread this, shout it from the rooftops. But great question, Sarah.
And
Well,
Commissioner,
thank you.
just to follow up on that, just working in a very large urban district, I think a lot of times, we think, oh, it's in the parent rights handbook. Well, a lot of times that 50, 70 page document, is not the best way to deliver information. So I've worked with a district, and this might be something that our other districts might want to think about, is to embed the link to alternative dispute resolution in the IEP document, so that it is there whether there's right below the signature, whether there is an agreement, disagreement, that information is constantly available. And so that's what we're trying to work with school districts to make sure that information gets into the parent's hand. And that's one of the ways that we've seen really that improvement in that communication.
Well, thank you. You have a partner in me to shout it from the rooftops. I really appreciate the work. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you. I know it seems like I'm the cheerleader for all of this stuff, and I guess it's because I am huge. I've been the huge commissioner advocate for SELPAs. And it's just so great to see you all involved in the work that you've done to put this together. Also want to make the comment, Dr. Heenan mentioned how we lost the human touch after the pandemic. And Dr. Heenan, I just really have to let you know and acknowledge that I feel like you bring that back. You are bringing back that human touch. And it just is very clear with P2P. And I can say that, again, back to the cheerleader reference, because I know it's possible. I know what it's like to have a wonderful experience through this stuff. And I was at the ADR conference, and I just want to give a huge shout out to the spirit of trust that's being built, because I feel everything depends on the trust. And as Commissioner Notch said, and I know a bunch of parents that would say, once that trust is broken, it's so hard to rebuild. But I just truly see, again, that importance of relationships on both sides occurring. So just thank you so much for the work.
Thank you, Gloria. And just a little, follow up on that. It was really important for our leadership team to be involved in that conference, to do exactly what you just expressed, our hope. And I think that it was implemented. Sometimes hope isn't a strategy, so you have to make it happen, right? But our hope was that that would be the sentiment once a parent or family member or caregiver or advocate left the alternative dispute resolution conference, that they didn't feel they were at a separate conference with educators, but they were sitting at the same table and the system was working for them, like Commissioner Notch said, together, that they were in the same rooms together. They did not feel isolated. And we believe we are approaching that. Maybe we're not quite there yet, but this year it felt like parents and caregivers left the conference feeling apart and not this added piece. It wasn't performative, it was actually integral. And we're really proud of that. And we'll continue that work with the SELPA Association to ensure that it is a joint conference and parents feel comfortable attending and making their voices heard.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and especially for all your work. It's exciting to see what you've done since last year. And this is an area, as a parent, like the other commissioners who spoke, we are particularly sensitive to this issue that a lot of families have to deal with. And I think I had a couple questions or comments. I guess one of the things about the statistics, and I think Dr. Heenan was talking about like the bad data, and I was just wondering why the survey wasn't sent to the mediator instead of, or in addition to the families, about like how did the case actually resolve? Like I would think, that might be one easy way, but I'm sure that's been thought of. But really, kind of going back to what you said earlier, Dr. Heenan, is and even looking at the who brings the cases, right? That chart, what were the issues that were involved? It almost doesn't matter what the data is, it's what the perception is in each community. And I think that goes back to what you said about the relationships and the importance of that part of what the resolution is. And so rebuilding relationships is really is so crucial. And I wondered, when we look at kind of these surveys after the fact, if we are ensuring that the students are actually also asked, because they're the ones who have to go back to school and talk to that teacher or see that principal on campus after things got ugly. And I wondered like what their experience is and how maybe that information can help shape how things are done as we move forward with more work in this area. And then the other thing I wanted to ask was about how we are, it's I guess an outreach question again, about ensuring that we are able to work with families with different language and access needs. Because I think that was an area that we're always still working on in our state. And I was wondering how we are able to support those families in this program as well. Thank you.
So if I may, just on a couple things, you definitely are in our brains for the processes and of how to change it. So in the past, it was left up to the LEAs to report information regarding the results of mediation. And so we're working with OEH now to have the administrative law judges take more ownership of it, to make sure that the data is more accurate and it is submitted. So that's definitely something we are working towards. I love what you talked about the survey of the student outcome. That is a beautiful dissertation topic. So if anybody wants to, I was like, that would be fascinating. I would love to see that, and that would really guide the results of a study like that. Would really guide, I think, next steps with that. So that's a beautiful comment. And then your last was about outreach for our multilingual families. So CDE has just hired 2 Spanish-speaking staff members for our constituent office. And we have a 3rd member who I saw someone clapping here. And I saw, I believe, a 3rd member, I believe he speaks Mandarin. So we do have 3 people directly in our office to address that. And we have a beautiful interpreter contract as well for any of our other families who could call in, and free of charge. We're happy to go ahead and facilitate that with any other families who might speak any other language than Spanish, and I believe it's Mandarin that we have now in the office.
That would be great. And I think that sounds like a great support. And I hope that the outreach materials, when you get Dawn's input, that it includes outreach in the different languages as well, because that's one of I think the quickest way to signal to families, hey, we're talking to you too. You are also, welcome to use these services, and this is how we're going to do it. So thank you for already getting all of that going. So thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Ladies, thanks so much for all the hard work you're doing. So I am a parent and a school nurse. And I'm glad that Dr. Heenan brought up the parents' rights. Before I became a school nurse, I got my parents' rights, and I was having an issue with some concerns about my child's education. And I read, not all of it, of course, the parents' rights. And I was able to get my concern resolved just by, going through that process. So, but I've always been concerned about the parents' rights. When I attend IEP meetings and I see the way parents just dismiss it, whether because it's such a thick document or they don't know the importance of it. So I really think your idea of putting it somewhere in the IEP how parents can resolve issues that they have. I think that's a very awesome idea because I really don't think a lot of parents are aware of their rights or how they can resolve, a dispute or something they're not happy about. Instead, they just go to one side and make complaints, but not knowing that there are simple ways of, addressing their issues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Scargill?
Thanks so much for presenting. I see a lot of familiar faces. I actually had the pleasure to attend the SELPA ADR conference last month, I believe, and it was one of the best experiences I've ever had to really, really network, but also really meet all the amazing organizations and the work that we're doing in ADR. And I wanted to say that the Office of Constituent Services have been a helpful resource for a lot of people. I think that I've been constantly doing it on social media, showing it to my friends, my peers, my teachers, and they all found it very helpful. And I think it's a very helpful thing to have moving forward because it really builds that trust with our families and our communities to really reach out and ask the questions that they need for the support. I think that's how we do it for the how question. And another thing that I was wondering is how can we leverage this support for those who are incarcerated in juvenile justice systems, for those who are families who are impacted by that system, who have special needs and need to reach out to the CD about like juvenile justice schools and things like that. Like, how does it work from there? How do we use that for those systems as well, or foster youth homelessness and things like that? That's what I was wondering at a deeper level and looking beyond. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
That's a great question, Saran. And I would say that our services, specifically through Pathways to Partnership and the constituent support services, are open to all of those populations or settings. And in fact, we have had a few cases in those settings. So it's open, and some of them maybe have come more locally from our areas because they know we exist, right? But that's the stories that we can then tell about the success that then someone else can remember and know that that's an option. And that's why this work is really important, because there are parents who don't maybe have resources to go even seek out an advocate or an attorney or whatnot. And that's not actually what we want. We want to solve at the lowest level. But they are able, this evens the playing field. Everyone has access to this, and even a teacher or an administrator who needs some extra support in an IEP that's complicated, that has all of those agencies or providers like you're talking about, which can be complicated just because there's so many adults involved, they can make a referral as well. So we've seen those things happening already, and those to me are the most meaningful connections when those disputes, if they are a dispute or even just complicated cases, are resolved at a lower level, and it provides access to those students in a very meaningful way. So I love that question. I think it's very important.
Okay, thank you all so much for your presentation. I now want to open it up to see if there's anybody in the boardroom who would like to make a comment. And then I see that the public comment slide is also up there as well. So is there anyone in the boardroom who would like to make a comment?
There is currently no one within the boardroom.
Very good. So now we'll give some time to see if anyone wants to call in.
Caller ending in 8635. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. You'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Scott Turner, Chair of the SELP Administrators of California. Just want to thank CDE and Pathways to Partnership for the presentation and really the work that they're leading across California. We're so fortunate to have a state that is building these models as additional options on the continuum when disputes do arise. We're very supportive of the formal dispute procedures that exist within the procedural safeguards under IDEA, but it's amazing that there's additional options and training that's being afforded to districts across the state to try to resolve disputes whenever possible, avoid them altogether if possible, and really keep the focus on the students. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you to Dr. Heenan for leading this at the state level. We have a lot to be proud of in California. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, thank you, team. Go team. Keep it up. And we look forward to another presentation as your work continues. So now it's time for us to take a lunch break. It's currently 12:15. I think it would be important to reconvene at 1 o'clock as the agenda states, so that there is the opportunity for public comment, general public comment, which is the item at that time. So we'll adjourn now until 1 o'clock. So everyone have a good lunch break. Thanks very much. Let's resume our meeting. I can see commissioners are starting to come back on. Denise, could you post the public comment slide, please? Thank you. So now is the opportunity for the public to call in on any item that, or any, make any public comment that they would like to, not necessarily related to the agenda. So let's see if there are any comments coming in from the public. Oh, it looks like we may have some commissioners who are not able to get back on. Oh dear. Okay, well, I don't know if it's possible to phone in as opposed to virtual, but probably not.
Caller ending in 5937. If comfortable, please.
Do we have any comments? Anybody in the boardroom or anyone online?
We do have one caller at the moment.
Denise, do we have anyone in the boardroom who would like to make a comment? Okay, I can see that Denise is having some technical difficulties as well, and she's trying to get back online herself. So we'll give it a minute here.
Vicki, can you hear us?
Okay. Thank you. The mics in the boardroom are not working. Do we have anyone online calling in by phone? You can use the chat function, Denise, if you need to.
Can any commissioners hear? Testing 1, 2, 3. Commissioners, can you hear this?
I appreciate everyone's patience here with technical difficulties.
Testing, can you hear my voice? Yes.
Okay, well, we're going to resume. We don't know how long we're going to be able to resume. Nora is available to make her presentation on the annual state application. So we can go ahead with that, but any external presenter may not be able to present. So we may have to just pause those items. And then we can go down to item 7, where Commissioner Notch will present about the bylaw revisions, but it's still being recorded. With hope that this can resolve so we can get public comment, external public comment, but we're going to go ahead and proceed as best we can, but we will not probably be able to have any of the external presentations. So go ahead and put up the public comment slide for general public comment, and let's see if anybody is able to call in as best they can.
Caller ending in
We didn't hear the end of that. I'm sorry.
caller ending in 5937. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. You will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, this is the captioner. I'm providing the closed captioning.
There are no callers at this time. The caller was a captioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the boardroom who would like to make a comment?
There are no boardroom commentators at this time. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Well, we'll go ahead then with Nora Perella with her presentation on the annual state application under Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Thank you, Nora, for your patience. We look forward to hearing your presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nora Perella. I am an education consultant within the Director's Office in the Special Education Division. And I'm happy to be virtually in front of you today to talk about California's annual state application. Sorry, I was getting a little bit of feedback. Under Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So today I'll walk through the annual process for how we receive special education funds and what is the application. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the application or that we even submit an application each year. The Part B grant application is the way that each state receives special education funds from the U.S. Department of Education. And just to kind of put into perspective for our state, California receives $1.4 billion annually in federal special education funding, and that is to support over 850,000 students with disabilities that receive special education and related services in our state. States must complete all 5 sections of the application, and that is to ensure that states have policies, statutes, and regulations that are consistent with IDEA. The application for federal fiscal year 2025 is due May 21st of 2025, so in just a little over a month. Excuse me. The Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP, releases the application template to states in early March, typically every year. The instructions and memo alert states to the timeline that must be adhered to, as well as directions and how to complete the application, the documents that must be submitted, and any changes that may happen year to year. For the FFY 2025 application, documents must be made available for public review for at least 60 days prior to submission. The 30-day written public comment period runs within that 60-day period of time. So for us right now, the public comment period is from March 24th to April 24th. I've included a link here to the application documents on our website. They can also be found under the Administration and Support tab on the Special Education landing page at the CDE website, which is cde.ca.gov. I also have a slide at the end of the presentation that has a little bit more information on how to submit public comments, so I'll kind of circle back to that part. I'm going to do a brief walkthrough. I know this is virtual and I don't have the documents themselves, although you can go see them on the website to kind of screen share or anything like that, but I'm going to do a little bit of a walkthrough through the documents that we have posted on our website. The first is the application itself. The state provides assurances that it has in effect policies, procedures to meet eligibility requirements of Part B of IDEA, or at least is in the process of amending policies and procedures to meet any new requirements. Meaning Section 1 is the submission statement that states must select either yes or no. Section 2 is the assurances that California must provide regarding our state's ability to administer and oversee federal special education funds in compliance with IDEA. There are questions that we mark yes or no if we assure that we are able to complete these activities or have a process in place. A few examples of these assurances, I've kind of curated a brief selection, include things like checking yes or no to a free appropriate public education is available to all children with disabilities residing in the state between the ages of 3 and 21 inclusive, including children with disabilities who have been suspended or expelled. Children with disabilities and their parents are afforded the procedural safeguards. And one I thought the Commission might find particularly interesting, the state has established and maintains an advisory panel for the purpose of providing policy guidance with respect to special education and related services for children with disabilities in the state. There's only one assurance that California cannot check yes, and that is Assurance 14, which reads, the state educational agency has established and maintains qualifications to ensure that personnel necessary to carry out this part are appropriately and adequately prepared and trained, including that those personnel have the content knowledge and skills to serve children with disabilities. Let me explain why we cannot check yes to Assurance 14. As a result of the passage of the Every Student Succeeds Act, some provisions of the IDA related to personnel qualifications were amended, and one of the impacts was that assurance. Since FFY 2018, we have checked no for Assurance 14, and that is because California issues emergency credentials, and that the emergency credential does not meet those qualifications, and therefore we cannot check yes. Section 3 lays out the ways that our agency engages with our educational partners about the distribution of these funds. It includes how CDE obtains input from our education partners, including Special Education Local Plan Area Administrators, or SELPA, Special Education Administrators of county offices, and the Advisory Commission on Special Education, like this presentation today. The CDE also prepares budget change proposals and budget revisions for consideration, and California's budget process actively solicits input from individual LEAs and professional organizations and constituents. Section 4 is a list of all the state-imposed rules, regulations, and policies that are in place in California that are not already required by IDA. So this is kind of like, what do we do above and beyond that is not federally mandated? For example, part of this list includes things such as parent request for a meeting of the IEP team to review an IEP shall be held within 30 days of the request. Or Section 56350 defines Braille as the system of reading and writing through touch, commonly known as Unified English Braille. Section 5 is our maintenance of financial support, which is the final section of the application document, and it has to do with the maintenance of state financial support. And this is not publicly posted on our website, although it is something that can be requested upon an email or a phone call or anything like that. But as part of the public review portion, Section 5 is not required to be posted. To go along with the maintenance of financial support, there is a second document on our website, commonly referred to as the interactive spreadsheet. And this shows the total grant amount that the state may receive and a short breakdown of how we spend some of that money. We do not yet know the total amount of federal special education funds California will receive in federal fiscal year 2025 by the time we are required to post the application. And that is because we have not received federal allocation tables quite yet from the U.S. Department of Education. Once we do update that spreadsheet and we'll post the new one. Until we receive the allocation tables, we post last year's interactive spreadsheet, and that is the direction given to us by OSEP. And just to kind of walk through a little bit about what that spreadsheet represents. This is something that is submitted as part of our application package. This is how we inform OSEP how California informs OSEP of how we intend to use our grant. And think of it like 3 buckets. There's administrative set aside, there's state level activities, and then the minimum flow through. At the top of the budget spreadsheet, it shows the total amount of federal special education funds that California received in federal fiscal year 2024. Again, this is last year, which was a little over $1.4 billion. The maximum funds California can set aside for administration costs is just under $30 million, and this pays for things like salaries and other state level activities here at the department. Based on the size of our grant, OSEP has told California that we can set aside a maximum of $163 million for state level activities. California chose in FFY 2024 to set aside $134 million. That extra $30 million, or that difference of $30 million, was added to the minimum flow through. And the next 4 populated boxes show the breakdown of that $134 million. After accounting for the administrative set aside and the state level activities, this leaves just over $1.3 billion of our special education grant. This is the amount of money that goes directly to SELPAs and to LEAs, and most importantly to our students with disabilities. This means that 89% of our grant here in California flows directly to the students and staff that support them. So now that you've digested all of that information, I'm sure, A little bit about how to participate in this process is through public comment. Public comment period is currently open for a minimum of 30 days, which runs until April 24th, although we accept public comment all year round if you'd like. That email box listed on the slide is checked all year. So if you would like to submit a written comment, our address is on the slide. Please submit a written comment to myself, Nora Perella, at the California Department of Education. Our address is 1430 N Street, Suite 2401 in Sacramento, California, 95814. If you would like to submit an email, the email box for that is partbapp@cde.ca.gov. We invite all members of the public to participate and submit written comment. And we thank you so much for your engagement in this process in support of improved outcomes for students with disabilities here in California. And if there's any questions.
Do commissioners have any questions or comments? Commissioner Tugsnargo?
Hi, thanks Nora for the amazing presentation. I did have a question about the status of like the IDA funding. Is there legislation going on in the state legislature? Because I heard there was or there wasn't. So I heard some things and I was wondering if you knew of information of any kind.
You're talking about the state legislature with So I haven't heard anything specific around just kind of like a blanket bill around IDA funding. There are, of course, mini bill. California is currently kind of working through its budget and legislative cycle right now, which does kind of delineate how we spend our funds. So nothing like too specific there, I guess. Do you have you heard anything specific that you'd like to ask about?
I think after the IDA rally that we had, I think in February, it was a very huge success. And a lot of legislators did take some action, I heard, or they're submitting a recommendation or some type of thing. And then it just got me thinking. I was like, oh, is there going to be more action from that rally in the state legislature and things like that? But I can follow up with you later in an email or something like that. But this is very exciting to see and the work that we're doing for IDA, because IDA doesn't just mean for one student, it means for the millions of students across California and nationwide to have IDA funding, because IDA also means our teachers can be fully funded. We can have services we need. We don't need to be going back and forth with each other anymore. It just would mean it would be a world of difference. And this is just such an incredible thing that we must push forward and fight for.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Absolutely. I haven't seen anything specifically introduced, but if it does come up, then we will certainly let the commission know.
Commissioner Michaud? You're still on mute. There we go.
Every time. Thank you. Thank you so much for the informative presentation. Do you anticipate any impact on this work based on some of the changes that are happening within the Federal Department of Education, either for this upcoming application year or for application years in the future?
We didn't really see any major changes to the application itself this year for the federal fiscal year 2025. It's hard to anticipate if there would be any changes to the application itself or the process for next federal fiscal year. In terms of the funding itself, we've not received any information, one way or the other. Typically, the process so far has matched the process of previous years. In terms of kind of the documents requested, the information requested, and the timeline. I don't know if that kind of really gets at the heart of your question, but.
Yes, thank you. So what I'm hearing from that is, as far as we know, the application process has been very similar to what it was in years past. We are not anticipating any kind of impact on the funding that we will receive this year. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from commissioners? Thank you. I'm glad you were able to join us, Commissioner Sorter. I know it's been a challenge. All right, Nora, thank you so much for your presentation. Pleased to hear that the process is similar, and I guess it's kind of a day-by-day situation in terms of the relationship with the federal government. So hopefully we'll get clarity soon. But thank you. Are there any comments from any individuals in the boardroom?
There are no public commentators within the boardroom.
All right, would you put up the public comment slide, please? Or any individuals calling in?
We are currently waiting for any more callers to call in.
Thank you.
There are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Zoom up and running? I see there have been some other commissioners who have been able to join. Can anyone check on the status of Zoom to see if we might be able to proceed with our other external presenters?
There's an update that says that it's slowly coming back, but that doesn't mean that everyone's going to have immediate access.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just able to finally get on.
Denise, are you in touch with our next presenter, with Mindy, to see if she might be able to sign on?
I'm communicating via email, so I'm waiting for a response back.
I have her text. I can text her if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful.
All right. I'll mute myself momentarily while I contact Mindy. Well, I sent her a text, but I haven't heard back yet. She's also not due until 2 o'clock, so it's possible that she's waiting until then. We are supposed to, well, she is the next presentation. Why don't we go ahead and jump to item number 7? Commissioner Notch, are you, oh, wait a minute. Hang on just one second. Okay, Mindy is available to sign on in about 10 minutes. So I think we'll be able to have her join us then. Commissioner Notch, do you want to go ahead with your presentation? Can we spend 10 minutes on that? Is that all right?
Absolutely. Thank you. Special thank you to Kate Dove, the Policy Director for the State Board of Education, in providing guidance on the edits to our bylaws. I believe I checked the virtual binder and I don't think that the red line copy is in there, but let me just double check. Is anyone seeing that? I don't see it in mine. No. Are you okay if I talk through the red lines, or would we like to try to get it uploaded? I want to make sure it's accessible for everybody. Any preferences? Okay, hearing none, I will start with just verbally going through the red lines, but please stop me and or ask to postpone until we can get a visual copy as well. So the first update is just to the date line. The last time the bylaws were updated was 2019. So the first change is updating to 2025. The next proposed change directly related to the conversation around the term, the length of term for the chair and co-chair is, oh, sorry, nope, I'm skipping ahead, my apologies. The first red line about tenure is public members may serve for 4-year terms, and then the edit is and may not serve more than 2 terms. So it introduces a 2-term limit on appointments. And if anybody has anything, I'm looking at my my document. So put your Groff, if you or Vice Chair Groff, if you see anybody with hands up, please interrupt me. The second section, Article 2, is about officers. And just one quick note, the 2-term limit is to align with the statute language. So it's adding in alignment with the statute language. Moving on to the article about officers, section 1 is the election of officers. So the recommended red line is, from among its members, ACSE shall elect a chair and vice chair. The chair and vice chair shall serve 2-year terms. And then existing language continues, election of a commission chair and commission vice chair shall be held at the last regular meeting of the fiscal year, and then red line, in which the current chair and vice chair terms are set to expire. Does anyone need me to go over that part again?
Excuse me,
would you
Commissioner
repeat that,
Notch?
please?
Commissioner Notch, we have the bylaws in the binder, in the virtual binder now.
Oh, great. Thank you. So commissioners, if you want to pull that up, I'll give you a second and then we can follow along together. I am on page 5. So I'll give a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds and then I'll read it again. Thank you for getting that uploaded into the virtual binder. That's really helpful.
Denise, where in the binder are they?
There's a link in the chat to the bylaws, but I'm not sure if Denise was referring to the ones with the red line.
Sorry, let me reload it again.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can see the one without the red line in the binder, but I can't see the red line one.
Same here.
And while we're waiting to pull up the red line version, I do want to clarify that although we are tremendously grateful to Kate Dove for her support, these recommendations and the language are aligned with ACSE discussions, not recommendations from the State Board of Education. So it's just assistance in capturing our feedback from previous discussions. Are you okay if I proceed, or do you want to wait?
It's in the binder now. I can also
It's in the
put it in
binder.
the chat.
Excellent. Okay. So on page 5, starting over section 1, from among its members, ACSE shall elect a chair and a vice chair. The chair and vice chair shall serve 2 terms. That is tongue twisty. Existing language, election of a commission chair and vice chair shall be held at the last regular meeting of the fiscal year. And then red line, in which the current chair and vice chair terms are set to expire. Then existing language, 2 meetings prior to the last regular meeting of the fiscal year added, in which the election of officers are to be held. The commission chair shall appoint an election committee. One of the considerations to streamline the administrative process and is to make the election committee one of or a subset of the standing committees, so that procedurally we don't have to do an appointment with every election term. I'm seeing some nods there. And then there's another consideration that, given that the terms would be 2 years, to consider for kind of rotation purposes whether or not we would consider nominations for a commissioner if their remaining term in office is less than 2 years. Any thoughts on those 2 considerations?
I think it makes sense to make an election subcommittee within like the Legend Policy Committee that already exists.
Thank you, Commissioner Snipes.
This is Christine. I also think it makes sense to put it within the standing committee. And then as far as, I think the second question was about allowing people to run if they have less than 2 years left.
Yes.
I think I would want to just leave that, and that could be a consideration when it's time to vote, in case there are not enough people running for the position. That's my thought.
Thank you. And I should have said at the beginning, this is just a first reading. There's no action to take on this item, but did want to make room for comments and considerations as we're reviewing. Okay, moving on, still on page 5, there's just some language added. The paragraph that starts with at least 20 days prior to the last meeting of the fiscal year. The added language is in which the election of officers are to be held, just for clarity. And then moving down to let's see. That might actually be the last edit. There are some other suggestions for consideration. Let me just make sure I got through all the red lines. On page 14, in the section E, year-to-year transition, it specifically names between the last regular meeting of the year and the opening of the September meeting, the outgoing commission chair shall be responsible for completing action to implement commission positions developed during the past year. The transition doesn't necessarily always happen right before the right aligned with the September meeting. And if there are any changes in meeting dates, one consideration is to change that language to either first meeting of the new school year or fall meeting, just for flexibility. And that happens a couple of times on page 15 as well. And then the last step before we are able to fully adopt is the final version would need to go through CDE legal review before any official adoption. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else, and then we'll open it up to, oh, let's see, on page 11, I did miss one. Section 4, amendments to the bylaws. Amendments to the bylaws shall be made as follows. A written proposal shall be submitted, but it doesn't state by whom, to the commission at a regularly constituted meeting. So there's consideration for making that language a bit more clear. And then looks like there was also a suggestion to delete Article 6 liaison. Upon approval of the commission, a liaison will be established with bona fide educational organizations. And then I will let all of you check my math since you have the red line version to see if I'm missing anything else and weigh in with any particular thoughts or perspectives that you want to put on the table during this first reading. Okay. Well, as someone who is fastidious with language, I appreciate being able to bring this to you. I think procedurally, a lot of the suggestions and some of the considerations that were brought up by commissioners today will help us run smoothly in the future. But certainly if there's anything that you think about between now and June, please reach out to, I guess it would be either me and or you, Vice Chair Graff, correct, as legend policy?
Yes, I believe that is correct. Commissioner Snipes has her hand up.
Oh, I'm so
No?
sorry.
It's hard to follow, but so go ahead, Commissioner Snipes.
I'm sorry if we covered this. There was under section 8 vacancy, there was a cross out of in the event of vacancy and then suggestion to redline due to resignation, death, or disability.
Yes, thank you for catching that.
And then also when we're referring to September, I'm correct in saying we don't have a September meeting, right? We have August and October.
It's October. Mm-hmm.
So we'll definitely need to make a change with that, whether it's fall or first of the school year.
Any preferences on which one?
My suggestion is fall.
Thank you. Commissioner Oyakawa?
Also fall, and I just wanted to say thank you for doing all this work for us. Appreciate it.
Oh, happy to help. And thanks again to everyone who had a part in proposing changes and helping with the editing. I think that's all I have.
All right, very good. I will ask for public comment, but I'm not sure it's relevant to this particular item since it is more of an internal matter. I know that Mindy Fattig is having difficulty signing on, but she's still not due for another almost 10 minutes. So why don't we take a 10-minute break and don't sign off. Please, just mute yourself or turn your cameras off. Particular item, since it is more of an internal matter. I know that Mindy Fattig is having difficulty signing on, but she's still not due for another. Technology. Okay, so I'll see you all at 2:00, but don't sign off. All right, thank you. Okay, I appreciate everyone's patience and flexibility with the agenda for today. But I think we've been able to work on and get past some of our technological issues here. So I think Mindy, I see that you've signed in. So our next presentation, our next item is item 5, the system of support leads, which will include a brief summary of evaluative data from the SELPA leads, an update on the new special education resource leads, and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence's role in the facilitation of increased integration and collaboration among all the statewide system of support lead initiatives. Mindy, are you with us?
I am.
Wonderful.
Yes. Love when technology works, right? Thank you, Vicki. And that was quite a mouthful of a description there. So
Well, I was giving you extra time.
thank you. I appreciate that. Well, welcome everybody. Good afternoon, commissioners, and it's an honor to be here in front of you today. Again, it's a short presentation. We're going to allow some time for questions and answers as well. So really kind of the picture that I'm going to give you is an overview of the statewide system of support, where we're at initiative-wise. We're going to kind of funnel down into really talking about the special education resource leads, which I understand you've already had some presents today if their technology worked out, and give you some evaluation data. So I am Mindy Fattig. I'm a senior advisor at California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. We are one of the 3 state agencies in partnership with California Department of Ed and the State Board of Education. My role in particular is coordinating the statewide system of support and really being a support to our special education resource leads, again, in partnership with our state agency partners. So we're going to dive right into it. At the very end, we're going to leave you with some resources that we created for the field that is accessible to educators and administrators that allow for universal access to all of the state-funded resources that are provided equity and access across California. So really excited to show you the tools that we developed to make sure, again, that there's equity and access regardless of where you live in California. So we're going to finish with that, and then again, some questions. My colleague is going to be logging on. Of course, she had to restart her computer. So Melissa Hodgson, when she jumps in, she's also a program specialist here at CCE. So I can see, can you guys see the slides okay? Okay, perfect. Okay, I can see little tiny thumbnail of it. So if you want to go to the next slide, please. So basically, talked about our agenda. You can go to the next one, sake of time. Let's get into the information. The California statewide system is really, as I said, it's made up of 3 state agency partners who collaborate really closely with California Department of Education in a variety of departments, as well as State Board of Education and their policy advisors. It's made up of various resource leads and initiatives. It was created back in 2013. And so there's been a lot of involvement in moving with grants coming in and being awarded and grants sunsetting out. Originally, there was under the certain ed code, there was 13 leads identified that was under the quote system of support. Well, we figured, we have to include those 13 leads, obviously, but anyone who is state or federally funded that has statewide impact, we consider under the statewide system of support as far as initiatives. So currently we coordinate over 50 initiatives in California, bringing those folks together at least 3 times a year to work on collaboration and integration. And we'll talk more about specifically the special education resource leads in just a minute for you. It also includes the state programs, federal title programs. We consult with all of the title programs as well to make sure we're not unintentionally duplicating work, but we're also making sure we're addressing gaps in the system in any way we can. Geographic lead agencies, there are seven geographic leads, which consist of 9 county offices, covers the entire state of California. I work closely with geographic leads in order to, again, connect folks to the system of support and build capacity of the county offices, which again, 58 county offices are kind of the backbone of the system of support to making sure that all the county offices have the necessary supports and services to support their districts and their charter schools. Overall, everyone asks, who is the system of support? My answer is always, we are. Every single one of us. on the screen is part of the system of support. Parents, students, educators, we are the complete system. It's how we utilize the state invested resources to make sure that the supports get to the kids when they need it and to the teachers when they need it, and that we're tracking outcomes to make sure that we're having impact of those state funded resources for our students. So if you can go to the next slide. So this is a brand new graphic. Those of you who may have been around a while, the statewide system of support, old graphic, we lovely referred to it as the old egg. It was like a green little egg. This is brand new, redesigned this year with our partners from the California County Superintendents, and particularly Madera County Office of Ed really helped us with the technology and the data visualization. But this is a statewide system of support, new graphic. And you can see at the very middle is districts, local education agency, our kids. And everything that supports it, including the county superintendent of schools, geographic leads, and all of the resource and initiatives, which we talked about before, is over 50 in the state right now that compromises the statewide system of support. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Now, it's a complicated system, and previously part of the challenges were grants were awarded through budgets or through state-funded departments through the California Department of Ed. And some of those grants termed out, like the SELPA leads termed out after 5 years, and then we launched a new special education resource leads. The problem is coordination. How do you go beyond? How do I know that, for instance, Fresno County Office of Ed right now has the early math initiative? If I didn't know Fresno County had it and go to Fresno County's website, I wouldn't be able to access all that information. So what we've created a couple years ago for the first time, based out of a work group that was developed at the state level with CCE, we created a landing page. So anybody can go on the System of Support website. There's little 2-minute animated videos that says what the system is, how you access it, and what's the impact been. And again, the system being all of us, and most importantly, the state-funded initiatives in different equity leads, literacy leads, special education resource leads, math leads. There's over 50 of them, and they're experts in certain areas. So encourage people. This is a landing page. You're going to see on the top, it says resources. We're going to leave those for you at the very end so we can leave you with some universal resources to access. So next page. This was a big challenge for us in special education. Again, we talked about, we had the SELPA leads for 5 years and those termed out. Then we launched the new special education resource leads, which we have now. But we also have supporting inclusive practices, ACSE, early childhood special education, that's direct funded by CDE, Special Education Division. And then we have some that just go right through legislation. So 2.5 years ago, we're like, okay, let's stop and take a pause. Anybody that's state or federally funded that has statewide impact, we need to all get in a room if you're serving and focusing students with disabilities. So this is what was born about 2.5 years ago, was a Students Disabilities Collaborative. This is an intentional work group where everyone represented, regardless of how you're funded or how long you're funded. If you are charged with supporting students with disabilities across the state, you are part of this group. And the whole focus is to understand what each of us are doing, what our goals are, what our charges are, and really making sure we're not unintentionally duplicating the work, but we're coordinating and leveraging the expertise for greater reach and impact across the state. So this has been just an evolving group the last 2.5 years, really impactful group. This is done in collaboration with my partners at CDE Special Ed Division, as well as the leads themselves help co-plan it to identify the needs that they're seeing for clarity and ways to integrate and leverage the work. So next slide, please. So this one here is the special education resource lead. So again, we went to the big picture system of support. We're funneling it down now, and particularly to the special education resource leads. These leads are also part, obviously, of the Students Disabilities Collaborative, which was on the prior slide. But these are the ones that are funded 2023 to 2028, 5-year grant. And these are the ones that, in support with my partners at CDE Special Ed Division and the State Board Policy Advisors, our whole role in the state agencies is to support these leads, to see how can we remove barriers that exist, how do we leverage their work, how do we create equity and access across the state for these amazing resources that we have in order to improve outcomes for students with disabilities? And most importantly, how do we know the work is making a difference and the impact behind it? So you can see, and I'm sure you've had some of them present quite a few times at ACSE for you, but that's particularly the resources that we have now. If you want to go to the next slide, the next couple slides are going to be evaluation data. And again, I know I'm going through this rather quickly, so I'm definitely going to leave time at the end to ask any questions. So that was the overview of the system of support, down to the special education resource leads and some collaborative that we have in places to ensure that we are coordinating our services and making sure the districts get the services when they need it with the right person. Part of CCE's charge is that we have an external evaluation. So we are charged by legislation to do an external evaluation of the special education resource leads, of the geographic leads, of the entire system of support, as well as community engagement initiative, and in 21 CSLA, which is building training for administrators. So CCE hires an external evaluator to collect data and report on what's going well and what are some opportunities for improvement every single year. And those are public reports. Anybody can find them. They're on CCE's website under evaluations. What I wanted to bring to you today, just to kind of give you a highlight, is for the special education resource leads, this is their second year of a 5-year grant. This is their data from the first year. And we have our external evaluator is Research Triangle Institute, RTI. So they are not connected in any way to the school sites, to the counties, to California necessarily. They are completely an external research group. So the main questions that they look at every single year, and they also did the SELPA evaluations as well. So they have some continuity on the people who have continued between the SELPA grants and the special ed resource grants. But we're looking for connections. Are they making connections among each other to leverage the work? And most importantly, are they making connections with the districts and the students and the teachers and administrators that need the support? What are they doing as far as capacity building? That's one of their main roles. Every single one of the resource leads has connection, capacity building, and impact in their assurances. So what are they doing to build capacity, both at a local level, a state level, a regional level, so that when their expertise or their grants term out or sunset, that we have a strong capacity built based on these grants and these experts in the field. And how do we know it's making a difference on impact? How do we know it's actually improving outcomes for students with disabilities? So the next slide, please. So I'm going to just highlight a couple of this. The complete evaluation report, again, is on CCE evaluations on our public website. I wanted to highlight a couple things from the first year of the special ed resource leads. 91% of all participants on their feedback surveys consisted of anyone who attended any of those leads trainings or directly worked with them in any way. Then we collect that information, and RTI, our evaluator, sends out surveys, and they're anonymous. So people can honestly, like, how did this impact your work locally? What did you get out of this? Is this something that's valuable to you? Did this build your capacity to improve outcomes at a local level? There's a variety of questions, but those are the main themes. So here, 91% of all the survey participants indicated they were able to collaborate with others on their team in capacity building sessions. What that means, if they attended one of a presentation, or they did a workshop, or they worked even one-on-one or in small groups with one of our special ed resource leads, they were able to bring a team, and it wasn't just a one and done. And that's really a strong focus of the special ed resource leads, is bringing a team of folks from a district or a charter school or a county and really building the capacity together. So it's not just, Heather going to a workshop and saying, this is great, I learned it, now I'm better, but it's really creating the capacity of a team so that you can help each other at the local level institute and implement what you just learned from one of the leads' work. 80% indicated they were able to collaborate or network with others from outside of their school. Now, why that's important is that we tend to get in our little bubbles and we see what we see and we know what we know. But with the special ed resource leads and their trainings and the way they have their structures set up, is that they're able to take teams from different parts of the state to be able to collaborate, to learn from each other. And that's a little bit easier in a virtual world, but we're seeing really incredible outcomes at a regional, in-person regional meetings as well. So again, learning from each other, building each other, learning professional to professional. Next slide, please. 95% of the survey participants received individual coaching or support. I mean, that's huge if you think about it. So there, 95% says, yes, I received individual coaching that enhanced my learning. Now, it's not just sitting in a workshop, but coaching is a much different skill. So it's taking the knowledge and implementing it at their level to whatever need they have at their school site, or county office or charter school, okay? And then again, 93% indicated the leads were responsive to my questions in sessions and out of sessions. And that just goes to show you, I mean, you guys have heard from a lot of the special ed resource leads and the previous SELPA leads, commissioners that have been on this for a while. There's a tremendous hardworking group of people, and they really are just there to help people. And that shows in our survey of their participants, like, absolutely, I know who to call and how to get help. And that's the purpose, is really, I know who to call when I need it to help my students. And so that's a huge strength of the special ed resource leads. And again, this is just a portion of the evaluations. You can go to the next slide and I'll share a little bit more for you, a couple more data points. So 83% indicated their school site is getting better at using data effectively to identify areas for improvement. Now we have obviously data is a foundation to understanding what we're doing well and where we want to improve, what are our opportunities. And really all of the leads have built in a data component to be able to talk folks through what their data means. And not only saying, here's what I think your data means, but let's together sit down and analyze your data and have that ownership, and not as a compliance measure, but really as how can we use this data to really help improve our systems for our kids. And so that's rated incredibly high across all of our leads. And then of course, 81%, which is a great number to have, indicated their school is getting better, just a growth rate at integrating special and general education. So that's a huge thing that we're looking for. We have 3 grants that we awarded through the special ed resource leads last year, all focused on inclusion. So we're really kind of leaning into that space. Obviously, Heather is here and supporting inclusive practices have been in that space, right? But we're really, how do we leverage all of our expertise together? So it's not just this lead doing this over here and this lead doing this over here. How do we come together and really say, I really could use you to partner with me to do this. And that's what we're seeing is truly happening in the system, especially in regards to supporting students with disabilities. So really exciting data. I'll be excited to come back and report with you at this time next year when we have this year's data, and then we can do some comparison on that and see where we need to go. If you could do the next slide, please. So now the exciting part. Again, we talked about what the system is very generally, narrowed it down to our Students with Disabilities Collaborative, narrowed it down to the evaluation data on the special ed resource leads. Now, part of the gap that we identified, again, is equity and access. How do we ensure that if you're way up in Del Norte County, where I am, which is the last county in California before Oregon on the coast, how very rural, 2 hours from my nearest county, which is Humboldt, where Heather is. How do we know what's out there when it used to be who you know? If I needed help in early math, I had to know that Fresno County was granted the early math award. To be honest with you, when I was an administrator in the field, I had no idea these resources were available. So how do we really push into the system and make sure no matter where you're at in California, way up here in far northern, or you're way down in Imperial and everywhere in between, that you can get equity to access to these amazing experts and resources. And we also have sunset grants, excuse me, which means that grants end. What happens to all that amazing work when that grant ends? So we wanted to keep a place where we can curate that. Excuse me, I've been battling a cold. Melissa, can you take over for a minute?
Sure, thank you. I'm glad I made it. This is the Zoom thing was a little interesting as we navigate working on the Zoom world that we navigate. So hi, I'm Melissa Hodgson. I work at CCEE. So like Mindy said, we have some universal resources that we have created out of the need to not need to know, right? Be able to access them if you don't know who to call or who to contact. So the next slide will show you a little bit, a few of the resources that we have available. This is with our CDE friends. They have created a Cal10 website that has resources for technical assistance. They also have resources for special education leads and from special education leads like Mindy was talking about. So this is a great resource for you to have in the field as kind of a resource hub for that. They also have created on the next slide a basics tool, which is a self-assessment base for districts to look at their students with disabilities. Part of the SIM monitoring program, they districts go through the basics to as a self-assessment to see where they are doing well and maybe where they need to have some improvement in their systems.
Melissa, I'll stop you real quick. Why we're sharing CDE stuff with Rachel, I see you on here, is this is all the system of support. So it doesn't matter where it lives, it matters that we get it out to people in the field. So that's why we always highlight Caltan. It's an amazing website. All the special ed resource lead websites, resources are on there. And of course, the basics was created by CCE and CDE. And again, is part of the effective SIM process in intensive districts. Sorry to make it. I'll keep going. Sorry, I've been battling.
Go ahead. And then the next slide, we'll talk about the self-assessment for districts as a whole. That also includes the special education, but other parts of the system as well in their districts.
Anyone else battling colds these days? All right. Horrible. Okay, I'm going to muster through here, guys. The levers tool we created as part of our One System collective group, which is comprised of educators both in special education and general ed. Excuse me. And Melissa, you may have to talk for a while. Go for it.
So this is similar to the basics, includes all of the components of the basics tool, but also an overall picture of kind of systems. So there are 6 different, if you go to the next slide, 6 different components. So some of the components that they can self-evaluate are on communication and collaboration. For example, their mission, vision, values, and goals. A lot of times districts utilize this to with their districts and differentiated assistance or DA. So at the beginning of the year, they create or they go through this self-assessment to see where they are. And at the end of the year, they can look at the successes that they've had and maybe some other places where they need to continue their growth as far as providing clarity on their mission, vision, and values and goals. I know that Mindy just had a meeting with one of our districts and up here, or her district up there in Del Norte, and they do have a mission, vision, values, but they don't communicate that clearly with all of their staff. They don't have it posted. So going through this self-assessment and answering the questions in each component allows them to see where they stand as far as their district and these different components.
Yeah, so,
Mindy, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, so I really want to emphasize that the basics tool, again, that was created for special ed infrastructure, that's a fantastic tool. What we worked with is creating all of those components and putting it into a more general LEA self-assessment. So this one is electronic, multiple users can log on at the same time at the same assessment. As Melissa said, county offices are using it with districts that are in differentiated assistance. And it also will meet your multi-tiered system of support LEA self-assessment tool if you're part of a grant program. So we're, again, but we intentionally, and we had the incredible eye of Kevin Schaefer from Supporting Inclusive Practices on this project with us to really integrate all the components of a special education infrastructure into one system LEA self-assessment. So you're going to see very particular questions on serving students with disabilities of best practices in the levers as well, which again, we built upon the basics. So we're getting a lot of really great conversations from county offices that didn't necessarily know certain things about students' disabilities, even everything from caseload limits that we have in there to best practices of our general ed and special educators taught the curriculum together. Are there co-trainings? Those kind of questions are sparking conversations in districts that I've never seen before in my 28 years in education. And so it's been a really valuable tool. If you go to the next slide. So this next one we want to show you too is if you're not aware of California Educators Together, this is our high quality investment grant. It's a state funded grant out of Kern County Office of Education. This one is lesson plans. They're universally designed lesson plans, differentiation strategies for different learners, and they're basically high quality lesson plans in every subject in every grade related to the California content standards. There's also a teacher chat room. If you have a question as a teacher about teaching something or a lesson plan, there's a place you can go in and you can have a teacher chat room. Kern County Office of Ed is also available for any questions or any training. And again, this is a free state funded resource out of the high quality instructional grants. It's a fantastic resource. Just want to make sure more people are aware of it and know about it. The next one I'm going to take you to is, we talked about, and I'm going to tee it up and give it to Melissa here, is when grants term out or sunset, they typically lived on a website and it wasn't updated because there was no grant left money to update it. And if you knew about it, you could go and access it. Well, that doesn't really create equity and access across the state. So what we did at CCE, along with our One System Collective, which is made up of, again, educators from across the state and our CDE partners, is we created like a one-stop shop. Now, some of this overlaps with Caltan, and for us, it doesn't really matter if you get in the Caltan door to get resources or you get into the resource hub to get resources. It matters that you know where to go to get them. And so we reference Caltan on the front page of this, and we also reference the California Educators Together now. So this resource hub really is ensuring that all the state funded resources are in one place, but you won't see information about webinars coming up. You won't see information that are time delineated. These are universal resources that are vetted, that are evidence-based, that are created by our state funded leads that stand the test of time. So these are, and you can search in a variety of ways. So Melissa, I'm going to turn it over to you because Melissa was a key person in this project along with Jasmine Hennessy at CCE.
Perfect, thank you. So part of the resource hub now includes a live directory. So I know that most of you, well, I would assume some of you know what a Rolodex is. And remember when I was at the county, I would sit and go through my Rolodex and try and figure out who I needed to call for a certain thing. So what we did with the system of support is with all of these leads and all of these initiatives, grants, you know, coming to term and going out and coming in and being funded, there was no real way to have access to anyone in real time. It was a PDF that was created at the beginning of the year. You would know who was in that position at the beginning of the year, but as we all know, with all the turnover, that PDF was a static document and not often updated. So in the System of Support Resource Hub and Directory, they've been integrated into one. So as Mindy said, there's a resource hub, which I'll go into in just a minute, but there's also a live directory. So if you look at this slide here, you can see at the kind of in the middle, it says resources, initiatives, and directory. So if you go click the button that says directory and go to the next slide, it's a little snippet of what the directory looks like. So you're able to search by organization type. So if you want to look for people from California's Together, for instance, you can look there. You can look at CCEE. You can look by organization. And then you can also go to the drop down that has initiatives. So all of the initiatives that have resources in the resource hub and that are available to contact are in there. So you can contact your geographic leads. You can look and see who they are. You can also look at all of the special education leads and see who the lead contacts are. So you are able to contact them. And once you click on the person's name, there'll be another pop-out menu that basically gives you their title, their organization, where they are located, their phone number, their email address, and any initiatives that they are associated with, so that you can find out more information about them. And then the next piece to that, if you go to the next slide, is the resource hub. As Mindy was stating, these are universal resources that have been uploaded by all of the initiatives that we have in the system of support. They also include, the resources also include resources from Caltan. So as you can see in this screenshot here, you can go down to, there are different tabs that you can click on to get more information, but this one, as you can see, is the special education performance indicator. You can look for resources that are associated with least restrictive environment and find out more information about the different resources that are available for you at your district to dive deeper into. And then the next slide is just another screenshot of another piece of the resource hub. If you wanted to search by state performance indicators and you wanted to learn more about the MAS initiatives and resources that are available as an example, you would just need to click on that and you will be able to pop up. And as you can, it doesn't actually show in there, but you at the top, it'll show you how many resources are available. So it could be anywhere from 5 to 15 different resources that you have access to look at. And did I miss anything, Mindy?
No, I think you're good. I think the most important thing with the resource hub, it's a continuous improvement. So as we get feedback from the field, we make improvements on the backside. What we have right now is you can search by student group, you can search by subject, you can search by keyword. All the initiatives that we talked about, over 50 in the statewide system of support, they all have ACSE accounts and they upload their most recent documents for the field and they create those searchable terms. So it's constantly being uploaded with the newest universal resources to the field. And so again, when you click on students' disabilities, all of the special ed performance indicators come up. So you can kind of dial it down even closer, as Melissa showed, to like maybe least restrictive environment resources. The other thing that we just launched 2 weeks ago was the levers tool that I showed you, where districts go through the components and do an LEA self-assessment. Like, how is our district doing in certain areas, inclusive of serving students' disabilities? At the end of that assessment, we have an AI component that we just built into the back end. And based on your assessment results, it will show you resources in the resource hub that can meet those needs that you need support on. So that one just went live 2 weeks ago. And just used it with the district a couple days ago, and it's amazing. So hopefully it will make it not so there's so many resources that it's resource overload, but it'll narrow down the resources on the resource hub based on their own self-assessment of their needs. And not only just a resource, but all of these resources on here will give you a name and an email of who to contact for help and who you can consult. So it's not just a static document up there. There's a name behind a person that you can email to say, hey, I just saw this. Can you walk me through how I can apply this? They're all state-funded free resources from all of our leads. So that's kind of us in our short presentation here, but I want to leave it open, Vicki, for any questions or any clarifications that we can answer. And I'm also going to drop the link in if you are not signed up for the CCE listserv, where all of our publications and our new resources from all the leads go out. And we can drop that link in there and you can just sign up and be on the listserv and be informed when that new information comes out.
Wow. That's all I can say, Mindy, is wow. What a great presentation. And it's just marvelous to see all these excellent resources that are available and the links to the performance outcomes and so forth. So let's see what comments and questions are already. Okay, here we go. No one's shy in this group, that's for sure. So Commissioner Hoyer-Cower, please.
I can't help myself. Thank you. That was so exciting to see. Thank you so much for this work. I had a couple comments. One was just, I love when you said early in the presentation about bringing all the groups together, who are all part of this system of support, not just to not to share information, but also to not duplicate. I think we often wonder if everyone's talking to each other, and it's nice to see that this effort to bring everyone together, because there's so many amazing resources and groups out there that are doing such good work. And I love that you've brought it all together and brought everyone together so everyone can learn from each other and do even more. And then all these resources really, they're not useful unless they're accessible. And that's just amazing to see this site that you have. It looks very user friendly. To have it very updated and searchable is just amazing. So I just want to say great job and thank you. And I'm going to share the link with my sister, who is an elementary school teacher, Janet, but also has students with disabilities in her class every year. And I wonder how else we're getting this to the field, because this I'm going to sign up for the listserv, but I don't know who else is not getting it. So thank you.
I appreciate the comments. Thank you, Commissioner. First of all, we can't do this alone. CDE Special Ed Division are our partners hand in hand in all of this work. So we want to make sure that we're leading by example and integrating our work and leveraging our work. That includes our state agency partnerships. So again, couldn't do this work without our state board partnerships and CDE. As far as how we get this out, again, it's only as useful as the people who need it, right? So we send it out, all the county offices, all the LEA listserv. We've been doing presentations across the state. We're asking any of our leads that are doing presentations to include information about CalTAN, about Resource Hub, and about California Educators Together now. So no matter where you're presenting or where you're reaching, hopefully we can get it to the folks who need it and have equity and access across the state. So anything you can do to help with that, commissioners, please go ahead and spread it far and wide. Yeah.
Commissioner Snipes?
I just wanted to kind of chime in as a member of one of the technical assistance groups that I can say that we have seen a lot of those data points in action, that we receive similar feedback from our grantees about the type of support that we're providing and just the depth in which we're partnering with other members of the system of support to offer those not one and dones, but that ongoing support and training and building capacity with SELPAs, county offices, LEAs. And so the appreciation for having one central hub where we're working from, and the depth of knowledge that it helped me gain as someone who's supporting folks across the state, especially our rural groups. We've been able to make connections with the small school groups and talking about compliance monitoring and how that looks different, and using a lot of these tools to support them. I know in the trainings that we do, we share the tools that were shared today. One example, just in real live time from Kevin Schaefer, he used the new version of the Levers tool with a grantee and had really, really positive feedback on that AI element that was just added. So we are actively using the tools that are being shared and developed. So thank you all very much.
Well, thank you, Heather and Commissioner Snipes, for your work as well. You're an integral part in this, so appreciate your comments.
Commissioner Tux-Jargle?
No worries, Vicky. Thanks. I love all the important work that you guys are doing. I have shared about the work at CCC at my school. I think my school really is like, wow, we really enjoy this, and they love it so much. So, and I just love reposting and resharing the resources to communities. And I think that there's a huge difference when these resources are actually brought to the community. You can see them really using it. You can really see them really accessing what those resources are. And if I was little, I'd be like, bro, I wish I had this when I was very little. I would probably said the same thing when I was very little. But now I get to share those resources to people, which is really great. And I think besides I think that besides of this website, I think that what could also happen is how can we share this hub, not with just our communities, but also with our like partners of like family empowerment centers, the pathways of partnerships, and other CBOs who also do such a vital work across the statewide, and they could also share those resources in their centers, since family empowerment centers, there's like many of them across the state.
Yeah, I think
And
that's a good
another
way.
thing I wanted to ask is, so I'm a big person with juvenile justice these days. I'm passionate about those disabilities incarcerated, and I thought about how can we get those resources for those incarcerated as well, those educators who work in impacted systems. So just
Those
some
are
questions I
those are
have.
great questions. And for the resource hub, basically it's anybody who's state or federally funded who has universal resources um, can open up an account and we approve them and they can start uploading. Again, it has to be federal or state funded because there's a level of evidence-based quality there. We have gotten requests to post stuff from folks who charge a fee for their service. So these are not, these are only state or federally funded free resources. So if the organization charges a fee for any way, we don't include that because we don't want to lead to, promoting someone to pay a fee to get certain resources. So, but Sarah, to your point, or Commissioner, to your point, really anybody who's state or federally funded, they just create an account. It goes to CCE. We talk with the people. We make sure that they're completely free and federally and state funded with public dollars and vet their resources, and they create an account and start posting stuff, including Department of Juvenile Justice. We do work really closely with them. They are one of our 50 initiatives, even though they're not in the education world, so to speak. They're funded under a different department. But we very intentionally have aligned all of the resources are available to kiddos in any kind of educational setting that they happen to be in. That includes juvenile justice or court and community settings. We have a very strong partnership with that as well.
I'm so glad to hear. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for the questions and comments.
Okay, I think that does it for our commissioners. Now let's see if there are any public comments from the boardroom.
There are no public comments at the boardroom.
Okay, thank you. I see you have the public comment slide up, so let's wait to see if any members of the public want to call in.
There are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Mindy, thank you, and I appreciate your patience and flexibility again with Zoom and all the challenges we've had with technology. And also circle back with you about how possibly we can share some of this great information with higher education and our educator prep programs as well, so that they know about these resources and the great work that you're doing. Oh, I see Dr. Heenan has her hand up.
I'm sorry. I mistakenly put my hand up.
She just wanted to say hi. Hi, Dr. Heenan.
I just wanted to say hi, and I love collaborating with Mindy and CCEE. It's been amazing the support we can provide to the field, and like someone mentioned, to make sure we're not duplicating efforts, but make sure that everybody has the resources they need to support 850,000 students with disabilities in the state. So thank you, Mindy and CCE team.
All right. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate your time, and you have my contact information. Please reach out anytime if you have any help. Thank you very much for your time, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks again. All right, very good. Well, our next presenters are here and ready to go. So it looks like the Zoom challenge may have been taken care of. So we're not going to take a break. We're just going to move right into the next presentation, if that's all right. So this is on the Family Empowerment Centers on Disability, and this will be an overview and update. And we have Patrick Garcia Smith and colleagues, and I'll let them introduce themselves as they share their information with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll just see about getting this PowerPoint put up. Apologies for this delay. All right, I believe we got this now. Apologies for that. Would not be a Zoom meeting without some type of little bit of delay. All right. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Patrick Garcia-Smith, and I am an Education Programs Consultant for the Programs and Partnerships Unit of the Special Education Division. With me today are my co-presenters, CDE Technical Assistance Partner, Robin Ryan from the SEEDS Partnership, and representatives from 2 Family Empowerment Centers on Disability, Elena Sanchez, Executive Director for Parents Place, Family Resource and Empowerment Center, in addition to Lori Luzader, Executive Director, and Jennifer Netness, Director of Education, both from Special Kids Connect. And together, we will provide an overview and an update on the Family Empowerment Centers on Disability Grant, or the FECs for short.
Sorry for the interruption. We're going to have to ask you not to share your screen. We'll advance your slides for you, only so our interpreters can be seen.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, I didn't see that it was going, so I panicked for a moment. Apologies.
No worries, just indicate when you want the slide to be advanced.
Okay. All right, apologies for that. Okay, so together we'll provide an overview, and apologies, I already said that part, but well, it's been 18 months since Robin and I last presented to the Commission on the FECs, and at that time, we were on the verge of concluding our expansion. So needless to say, it brings us great pleasure to be before you today with this expansion completed. Moreover, we thank you all for the opportunity to speak on the immense regional impact that our FECs have had on their respective communities. And next slide, please. Thank you. Today's agenda will have us present on the following items. First, we will provide a brief FEC overview before presenting on the CDE and SEEDS partnership oversight and technical assistance to the FECs. Next, Robin will discuss partnerships, accessing the FECs, and the new FEC website. Afterwards, we will spotlight the work of the FECs with Elena Sanchez, presenting on her center, Parents Place, Family Resource and Empowerment Center, which is based in Los Angeles County, and the wonderful work that they are accomplishing. From there, Lori Luzader and Jennifer Netness from Special Kids Connect will present on their center, which is based in Monterey County, and will also present on some of the amazing work that they are accomplishing. Lastly, before concluding our presentation, Robin will share some of the highlighted focus areas from this past fiscal year, 2024 to 2025, in addition to some points of pride that our grantees have shared with us before ending today's presentation by sharing our contact information. Next slide, please.
Patrick, sorry to interrupt you, but you'll have to go back one slide so that you can talk about the FEC overview.
Yes.
It's correct now.
Okay. FEC overview. The primary focus of the FECs are families of children and young adults ages 3 through 22 with disabilities in California. This grant program was established through Senate Bill 511 and enacted as California Education Code 56400 through 56414 in 2001. FEC requirements as per Education Code 56404A, grantees must be nonprofit 501c3 organizations, and these centers must be primarily staffed by parents, guardians, and family members of children with disabilities, as well as adults with disabilities. The FEC funding source for this grant is from the CDE, which uses Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDA, Part B federal funds. Grant oversight and coordinated support is provided by the CDE and SEEDS partnership. And some of the services and supports provided by the FECs include the following: specialized training and peer-to-peer support, access to information, resources, and referrals to assist children and young adults with disabilities and their families, promotes alternative forms of dispute resolutions, positive relationships, and communication between parents and educational professionals. And as a quick reminder that services are based on regional and community needs while adhering to statutory requirements. Lastly, the number of FEC regions. There are 41 regions across California, which are served by 33 centers. Next slide, please. This timeline answers the question that some folks may have. When and where were the FECs established? And please take note that all of the centers were established through a request for application process throughout each phase of the expansion. In 2001, the first 12 FECs were established following the enactment of Senate Bill 511. 5 years later, in 2006, 2 additional centers were established. Fast forward ahead to 15 years later in 2021, the legislature approached additional funds to both augment the funding of each center and to establish new centers in regions of the state that did not possess one. And this resulted in establishing 13 new centers that year and 9 more centers in 2022. In 2023, the CDE, Special Education Division, awarded 5 grants to the 5 remaining regions of the state that did not possess a center, which finally concluded our expansion efforts. And as I previously shared with the Commission in 2023, I would like to once more highlight that it was the dedication, passion, and sheer perseverance of the original 14 FECs that were established in 2001 and 2006, and the strong foundation that they established that enabled us at the CDE, SED, to facilitate such a successful expansion. Moreover, I would also like to highlight the dedication, passion, and perseverance of the more recently established FECs who were awarded the grant over the past 4 years, who have quickly established their centers in order to serve the families within their respective regions. And once more, we're proud to share that we now have an FEC that provides services to each of the 41 regions of the state. So no matter where a family lives in California, there's a dedicated FEC that provides services to their respective region. Next slide, please. California parent organizations. With the FECs fully established, I would like to share how they are a part of a larger network of parent organizations that support parents of students with disabilities in California. Some of these centers receive multiple grants, therefore they are multi-funded, which means that some of these centers may not only be an FEC, but also one or more of the following organizations as well. And this has helped facilitate the process of strengthening the coordination between these respective parent organizations within our state. And first, there are the Early Start Family Resource Centers that serve ages 0 through 3. And their focus is on families of infants and toddlers at risk of or with developmental delays and disabilities. And these specific centers are funded by the Department of Developmental Services. Next are our FECs that again serve ages 3 through 22. And once more, their focus is on families of children and young adults with disabilities, and they are funded by the CDE. We also have the Parent Training and Information Centers that serve ages 0 through 26. And their focus is on families of infants, toddlers, children, and young adults with disabilities and are funded by the U.S. Department of Education. And lastly, there are the Community Parent Resource Centers, which serve ages 0 through 26. And their focus is on targeted communities of families of children with disabilities and are funded by the U.S. Department of Education. Next slide, please. Thank you. Role and responsibility of the CDE with the FECs. The CDE informs parents of the availability of the FECs through the Notice of Procedural Safeguards, the Special Education Division, Constituent's Office, and information is shared with the public by the department and by partners of the statewide system of support. And this would also include cross-divisional work groups and presentations at various entities within and outside of the CDE. Additionally, the CDE awards the FEC grants and provides program and fiscal guidance and oversight to all FECs across the 41 regions. And lastly, the CDE contracts with the Seeds of Partnership, statewide training, and technical assistance partner to support FECs in collaboration with the Department on Professional Development, facilitation of the Family Empowerment Disability Council, central coordination of training and information, dissemination, evaluation, uniform data collection, outreach and public education, support, and coordination with local, state, and national initiatives. And at this point, I will now pass it over to Robin Ryan, who will present on Seeds of Partnership, oversight and technical assistance to the FECs, in addition to partnerships, accessing FECs, and the FEC website. Thank you for your time, and next slide, please.
Great, thank you, Patrick. Well, hello, everyone. I'm Robin Ryan, coordinator with the Seeds of Partnership. Seeds of Partnership is a technical assistance project funded by the California Department of Education, Special Education Division, and is under the auspices of the Sacramento County Office of Education. We support various statewide initiatives and activities related to professional development as needed. And our areas of focus are assistance to special education monitoring and improvement process related to parent input, family engagement in general from infant through age 22, and a statewide coordinated assistance to family empowerment centers. This is an image of our homepage of our website, which can be accessed at www.seedsofpartnership.org. You can access most information through the navigation bar on the homepage or the highlighted topic areas on the right-hand side of the page. Next slide. With all of these centers in our state, you might be asking yourself, how can you build or expand partnerships with them? We have highlighted a few ways here. For parents and caregivers, you can directly access the Family Empowerment Centers for support and resources in your region. Parents call or visit websites or social media avenues and attend workshops and learn more to connect. If you're a local education agency or a special education local plan area or SELPA, or other community partners in the regions, you connect directly with the Family Empowerment Centers and the region to create and build partnerships together to leverage and share resources. Informing the Family Empowerment Centers about information of upcoming initiatives and activities, inviting parent centers to co-partner or sit on committees, partner in developing resources and messaging. These are just a few ideas of what one could do as local partners. For organizations or other fellow technical assistance partners or grantees in our state that are working
Oh, I think Robin may have frozen.
multiple regions have include. The centers are all unique and they are their own nonprofit organizations. So Seeds of Partnership provides assistance to these multitudes of requests. And so to assist in minimizing duplication of effort, and also we extend the reach to the variety of directors across our state and provide coordination. In general, for questions, comments, feedback, contact CDE or Seeds of Partnership, and we have our contact information at the one of our last slides we'll share. Next slide. Just to specifically highlight some crucial benefits of family empowerment centers and local education agencies working together. So this type of collaboration does build on existing local service delivery to improve and expand supports for parents and their children, contributing to local level improvement activities and the ability to have a more current or local information shared out, and that's consistent with parents. So when the school programs share it with the family centers have that at their fingertips and can share right out with families. Having a bridge of ongoing communication can be helpful to share and revisit what parents are asking for or need more information about, and then further explore opportunities to work together to support the family. Lastly, just learning from each other and collaborating to provide enhanced support and resources for parents and students. Next slide. You may have already accessed our Family Empowerment Center website, which launched in December, but if not, I'd like to share this resource now with you. The site can be found at www.californiafamilyempowermentcenters.org. Here you'll find general information about the FEC, some information
I'm sorry, did I lose her myself or did Robin drop off?
I also lost her as well.
You can choose the contact overview section and in each of their programs, all from the one website.
I think we may have lost Robin, but let me jump in there. Apologies for that. And so I know what Robin was about to share was on how to find an FEC, highlighting a really excellent tool within our new FEC website. And so first, we recommend, in order to access this tool, we recommend that you visit the FEC website. And then if you look under FEC, find an FEC, you can select a county to find the FEC that serves your specific region. And then if you need to refine the search in Los Angeles County, you would simply then select Los Angeles County by LEA. And then you would select Los Angeles Unified, and then simply input your zip code. And if you need help to find a parent center, please let us know. But again, this is an excellent resource that we'd love to highlight for the public. And you can access the FEC website at www.californiafamilyempowermentcenters.org.
Thanks, Patrick. I think my video cut out, but we're a well-oiled machine. So thank you for picking up and jumping right on in. Okay, I think I'm back. Okay, perfect. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So we wanted to highlight the great work of the Family Empowerment Centers during our time with you today. So we've asked 2 of the centers, Parents Place, Family Resource and Empowerment Center, and Special Kids Connect, to join us to share one of their identified areas of need related to families of students with disabilities in their region. And further, what was the FEC's response to that need and outcomes from their assistance? We're going to go ahead and start with Parents Place Executive Director, Elena Sanchez. And I'll say next slide and over to you, Elena.
Thank you very much for having me. Hi, everyone. I'm Elena Sanchez, the Director for Parents Place Family Resource and Empowerment Center. We are located in one part of Los Angeles County. And if you're familiar, we are from Pasadena all the way to Pomona and everything in the middle. Just to talk a little bit about us, we were established in 1989 as an early start council, and then we were became an FEC, Family Empowerment Center, in 2006. For 17 years, we were a 0 to 3 agency, a family resource center. And then we became Empowerment Center. And a few years later, we got the community navigators who allow us to serve families from 0 to life expectancy. Just a little bit about us. The mission of Parents Place has been to support, promote, and enhance family-focused, family-driven services for families raising children with special needs. It has always been the philosophy of Parents Place that families with children with special needs are, like all families, an integral part of the community in which they live and should be empowered and supported to live to their fullest potential. Collaboration with schools, parents, and community has been an instrumental part of fulfilling that philosophy. The majority of our staff are parents of children with special needs, and the majority of our board are also parents of children with special needs. And some of our board members are also the founders. How we support families, so we have many areas of support, just to name a few. We serve families with children with special needs from birth to lifespan, provide one-to-one services in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. We offer support groups for parents, caregivers, and individuals with disabilities. We create a technology lending library. We collaborate with LIAs, CELPAs, and community organizations. In our geographic area, we have 6 CELPAs, and we have Parents Place have community reps. Our staff go to all the 6 CELPAs, and we are part of the CAC. And that way we can give updates on a monthly basis about all the events, workshops, and trainings that we offer to families and professionals. We also have monthly workshops and annual events, for example, the Transition Conference, and that is available for families to let them know what it's available for them after high school. And we have it once a year. We also have the Information Fair Festival, and we're Birth to 5 too. We also serve as a CALIXI. CALIXI is the California Early Childhood Special Education Network. We emphasize in helping parents to understand the transition from Part C to B. Next slide, please. We were asked to identify an area of need, and area of need, one of the areas of need in our area is the lack of access to technology. During the pandemic, many families have no access to the internet or appropriate technology to reach telehealth resources and information on parent trainings, or also to visit the school's websites. Parents Place created a technology lending library to help families to have access to the much needed services. The TLL, the Technology Lending Library Program, including loaning devices, internet access, basic training on how to use the devices. Software was also available for families as needed. And on a case-by-case basis, depends on the needs of the family, deliveries of the devices to the family's homes. We continue to offer this program currently to families that are in need of technology. Families can borrow the tablets or laptops. At our center also provides basic training on how to use these devices. At this moment, we have 140 families actively using the technology lending library. One of the things that we do, we host ACE support groups in our center. And we take it upon ourselves, so every meeting when we have the parents here, we take about 5 to 10 minutes at the end of the meetings, and we empower families on how to access the websites. We have a big computer, like a TV computer, and we teach parents how to access their websites on their districts. And because we have a very close relationship with our CELPAs, some of our CELPAs, if it's not the majority, also have our website in their websites. And that way, when we teach families how to access the school district websites, we can also show them how to access Parents Place website. The next slide, please. Another area of need was to increase the knowledge of parents from Part C to B, the transition process. Many parents in the region needed additional support and resources related to the transition from the early start services Part C to preschool Part B. Parents Place provide information to families on the difference between Part C and the Individual Family Service Plan, IFSP, and Part B with the Individual Educational Plan. We're helping families by doing workshops in groups, one-to-one support and guidance, printing resources to help parents understand their rights and responsibilities, and educate parents on what to expect during the first transitional IEP meeting with the LEAs. We also develop materials in partnership with CALIXE, the California Early Childhood Education Network. We are creating videos to support families as their children enter early childhood education and as they prepare for the school age programs, encouraging parents to become active partners in the process. These videos are going to be available in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese. They're going to be Korean with ASL interpretation. Those videos are going to be accessible at the CALIXE website and also later on at the Parents Place website. Parents Place, as the parent outreach and support lead, are responsible for 2 videos, and there's other family empowerment centers who are responsible for other videos. We are responsible for the Spanish-speaking video, which is about to be finished, and we're also responsible to create a video to reach out to the African-American communities. Those videos are going to be in the natural language. It's going to be a video in the Spanish, for example, with subtitles in English. And the other video reaching out to the African-American community is going to be done by a family who is African-American or Black. Also, we have a play to learn workshop. Those workshops are monthly for families who have children 0 to 5. And during these play to learn workshops, we make sure that we always have parent packets available. So every time that we see a family that's reaching the 2-year-old, we include information. We encourage them to have information about the transition that is going to be happening from Part C to B. So we want them to be ready for the school district. And then we have those workshops and those packets. Can you have the next slide? One of the things I wanted to show you some pictures. We have a picture about the training during the support groups, because even though the support groups are also organic and then we base it on the needs of the families, we want to make sure that 3 or 4 times a year we have a training in anything the parents need or they desire to have. So the picture is there is a training on IEP. We also have a CALIXE training where we did on ADR, Alternative to Dispute Resolution. We also have an information fair table where we have vendors, and then that's a picture. We also have a Christmas luncheon, like we host 8 support groups. All the support groups are for families who have children with disabilities. And then we get together in December, and then we have all together in all the different languages and the different cultures. We get together in December. And we were so blessed to have that collaboration with the fire department and the CHP. And every child who attend these events have a gift during Christmas. We also attend outreach events, and we have a table, vendor tables in all the outreach. There's also another picture for the Play to Learn for the toy loan program, for families can come and check out toys. And we also have a picture of the Play to Learn. This is the training that we have for families who have children 0 to 5. One of the things that I want to let you know, one of the highlights that I would love to know is that collaboration that we have with our SELPAs. We are very fortunate to have an MOU with ADR with 3 SELPAs in our region, and we were able to introduce the Alternative to Dispute Resolution to families, and we continue having those trainings. Also, another thing, because for 17 years we were a 0 to 3 agency, a family resource center. When we became Empowerment Center, that allows us to help families. We have children with disabilities 3 to 22, and we have one-to-one help on IEPs, on transition to high school. We want to make sure the families are getting ready, especially when the face the first transition, but all the transition throughout the school years up to the after high school. This is my presentation for today. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to help.
Thank you, Elena. Really appreciate you sharing the area of need and also all the additional work that you do in your program. So we are also joined by another center, Special Kids Connect, and they will be coming on in a second here. And we have Lori Luzader, Executive Director, and we also have Jennifer Netness, Director of Education. So we can go to the next slide. And then we'll go over to Lori. Thank you.
Super. Thank you so much for having us this afternoon. While Special Kids Connect has only been a family empowerment center since 2022, our agency has been Monterey County's Early Start Family Resource Center since its founding in 2007. As a parent-founded organization, our mission is to develop resources, raise awareness, and provide support for individuals with disabilities and their families. Our trilingual staff, English, Spanish, and Triqui, which is a language indigenous to the Oaxacan region of Mexico, does this through one-to-one case management support, parent workshops, parent support groups, and a variety of other programs designed to meet the needs of our families. As our name implies, we connect families to resources in our community, and where there are gaps in services, we collaborate with community partners to find innovative ways to fill them. Next slide, please. The special education needs of our county's families was greatly enhanced when we became a family empowerment center less than 3 years ago. Today, we have 3 divisions that work collaboratively to meet the comprehensive needs of our families. Next. Our community services team provides assistance with social service access, regional center navigation, and early start intervention support. Next. Our education team provides parents with training and special education navigation assistance with the ultimate goal of filling parents' toolboxes with the understanding and knowledge they need to work collaboratively with their children's school districts. Next. Our community programs team rounds out our offerings with inclusive after-school recreational programs, emergency readiness trainings, outreach events, and more. We simply cannot stress the enormity of impact that the FEC expansion has had on Monterey County. Prior to being named an FEC in 2022, we were unable to provide any special education assistance to families. In our first full year as an FEC, we were able to provide special education support to 628 families through case management, workshops, support groups, and child development classes. This past year, that number increased to 872 families, a 39% increase. And I should add that 85% of the families served this past year identify as Hispanic. Through all that we do, our ultimate goal is to give families the tools and mentoring they need to navigate, advocate, and participate.
When people think of Monterey County, images of Pebble Beach, idyllic Carmel by the sea, and multi-million-dollar homes come to mind. What most do not realize is that 95% of Monterey County's landscape lies outside of these regions. In fact, Monterey County is also known as the salad bowl of the world, and for good reason. Nearly a quarter of our residents are involved in agriculture, and we are a destination for job-seeking immigrants. Because of the agricultural influence, Monterey County is geographically complex. Many families live as far as 2 hours away from the majority of the public services that they need, and our public transportation system is just not properly equipped to support them. Inaccessible housing options and inconsistent working conditions can make it difficult for families to access the supports that they need, as putting food on the table and keeping a roof over their heads is simply a higher priority than therapies and service meetings. We have also learned that Hispanic and Latino families in our region place a high value on personal relationships and word-of-mouth communication. Much of this can be attributed to low levels of literacy in both English and Spanish among our families. But the fact remains that many do not even have an email address, and if they do have one, they do not use it. Most do have cell phones, though, and they tell us that they prefer to be called or texted. Next. From all of that, there are 3 primary challenges to address when it comes to this need to connect with and support Monterey County's Hispanic non-English speaking families. The first challenge to address is the language barrier. Special Kids Connect offers support to families in 3 languages and presents workshops monolingually in both English and Spanish. In the last year, we hosted 19 monolingual Spanish workshops, which served 511 participants. Our 250-page resource directory is fully bilingual and includes full-color graphics and logos to support parents with limited literacy skills. Because we know families are often unable to read any of the documents provided to them, those who work with Special Kids Connect are encouraged to record IEP meetings so they can have an audio record of what took place at the meeting. We even have audio recorders available for families to borrow. The second challenge to address is the geographic complexity of Monterey County. Because travel can be so difficult for many of our families, we offer the majority of our workshops over Zoom, and our staff travels throughout the county to provide in-person support on weekdays, evenings, and Saturdays. 4 times a year, we host community resource fairs, which rotate between locations throughout the county so families in rural communities can meet professionals and obtain resources. And we collaborate with the school districts and Monterey County SELPA to provide on-site, in-person support. The third challenge to address is the Hispanic community's desire for personal connection and communication. We intentionally hire support staff who share the language, culture, and lived experience of these families. We host many in-person events and activities, such as our special education conference, Play Connect Grow /Juega Conecta Crece parent-child development classes, and Mom's Night Out /Noche para Mamás throughout the county, so families can not only meet and connect with our staff, but they can build connections with each other. Post surveys are filled with comments like, "I got to meet others who understand me," or, my favorite, "I felt very included and integrated. I felt a lot of joy." The personal connections that parents make with our staff through these programs helps to foster a vital sense of trust. And we promote our events and workshops through texting, since we have learned that the majority of the Hispanic families we serve prefer that communication method over email. As an example of the kind of support that we provide, last year we supported Maria, a young mom who was looking to get an IEP for her 5-year-old son, Luis. Originally, Maria was interested in hiring a professional advocate to support her,
but one of our family support specialists encouraged her to self-advocate and work collaboratively with her child's school instead. Maria attended Special Kids Connect's IEP Basics workshop, as well as the Special Education Conference at the beginning of the school year, and was able to successfully advocate for Luis's needs without the help of a paid advocate. Not only does Luis now have an IEP in place, but he was able to maintain his placement in his general education classroom. The mom credits her work with Special Kids Connect for her success. Next. We'd also like to share some photos from some of our programs. Here on the left, we have photos from our Play Connect Grow / Juega Conecta Crece classes. On the top right is a photo from one of our resource fairs. On the bottom center is a picture from our Back to School Special Education Conference, which we host in collaboration with Monterey County SELPA. And on the bottom right is a photo from one of our Mom's Night Out / Noche para Mamás events. Thank you so much. I'll hand it back to you, Robin.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, we're good. That's a good slide right there. So last time we presented, we shared several of the focus areas that many FECs were working on in their regions. Several centers continue to work on those ongoing areas, and the parent centers have shared with us some additional focus areas as well for their regions. So just to highlight a few of those here, they're noting an increased number of parents served, trainings offered, and IEP support participation, continuing to establish and/or expanding collaboration or partnerships with LEAs, SELPAs, and regional centers, also community partners, and the increased outreach to the directors and principals and other programs as well. Continually, they're growing supports and resources to meet primary languages of families, which includes increasing hiring staff who are proficient in various languages, and supporting parents to increase their participation and engagement in their students' education process, and developing parent mentor opportunities, which is the great story Jennifer just shared with us. That's just to highlight a few. We can go to the next slide. So earlier this month, we also asked the Family Empowerment Center directors to share with us a few points of pride from their work this last year. Still in progress. They're excited to share with us things like adding staff members and multiple support groups for families, make and take workshops for families to make communication boards for their child, for example, inclusive family connection events such as Mornings in the Garden, events like this that bring families together, special education back to school conferences for families in collaboration with SELPA, and promoting and hosting in-person parent trainings in rural outlying communities, and several more. Next slide. Our contact information is available on this slide, and for general questions, comments, and inquiries regarding the FECs, these may be submitted to the CDE, Family Empowerment Center General Mailbox, which is fec@cde.ca.gov. And to me, Robin Ryan at Seeds of Partnership at rryan@scoe.net. And on behalf of our team here and our CDE and FEC colleagues across the state, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share this update with the commission and everyone else tuning in, and promote the invaluable work of the Family Empowerment Centers as they serve our families of children with disabilities across California. Thank you for your time, and we'll turn it back over to the chair.
Well, thank you all very much. That was a very comprehensive presentation. Really do appreciate that so much. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? I thought maybe Commissioner Ruiz would have a comment, and then that'll be followed by Commissioner Notch.
You, of course. Just really wanted to highlight all the work and just the celebration of even having this conversation. And then also just to point out how family empowerment centers are like in every conversation now, which is just amazing. Robin, I just wanted to point out, you know, you've really been the driving force for the last push of getting so many of the family empowerment centers funded. Just wanted to acknowledge you for that, and wanted to thank you guys for sharing those stories. That was really cool to hear in real time. And then just to point out what forgetting the name. That's okay. The family empowerment centers that were funded earlier in 2006 that have really been holding it down, Westside, Parents Place, Task, and others. But yes, just again, let's all celebrate this movement. And yeah, thanks for presenting.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Notch.
Thank you so much for your presentation and all of your work. I just wanted to say, in addition to all of the services and supports that you offer, the individualized or the specialized training, the resource access, referral assistance, information about alternative forms of dispute resolution, it's all come up in our conversation today from various presentations. But I also want to lift up the sense of community and belonging that you create. We've also spoken about the stigma and isolation that families can feel when they receive their child's diagnosis. And speaking as a parent, I can't say enough about how much it means to be able to have a candid, judgment-free, like no eye raises, no slow slinkaways, just true acceptance and understanding conversation that resonates with other families, and to learn from the experience of others. And in addition to that, the community that the students feel in being in an accepting and supportive environment with other kids that they can identify with and see themselves reflected in is also such a gift. I am a huge advocate of inclusive practices, but I don't think that's incompatible with also having spaces of representation and affinity that help students learn about themselves and their disabilities. So thank you for being the warm embrace across the state to create this for families and kids. It just means so much. Really appreciate it.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
I also want to thank you all for your hard work and amazing outreach now across the state. It's just so amazing to see how much it's grown and how every center has developed in a way that's unique to the needs of your communities. And I think that is, especially important, the important role that the family empowerment centers have. We kind of heard earlier about sort of higher level, what's available to everybody in the state, what types of initiatives are out there, what types of programs, but it's really how does that get implemented at the family level and the child and the family. And this is what we're seeing now. And I especially love to hear what's going on in Monterey. You clearly have connected with your community and are listening to exactly what the families need. And when you're a member of a minority ethnic or cultural community, on top of having a kid with a disability, having someone who can really hear both sides, of that whole family, and be able to reach out where they are, is so important. And it was just great to hear all the many ways that you've been able to do that. And it's very inspiring and very appreciated. So I just want to give you guys all props for that. So thank you so much for sharing. It's great to hear.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So we'll open it up now for any public comment in the boardroom.
There are no public commentators within the boardroom.
Thank you. And now we'll open it up for the public to call in.
There are no callers at this time.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you all so much for joining us today and sharing the great work that you're doing. And we look forward to staying in touch. All the best. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So the last item on our agenda is general public comment, and that's scheduled for 4 p.m. So let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll reconvene at 4 o'clock to have general public comment. Okay? See you in a few minutes. Bye-bye. Do not sign off, though. Okay, thanks, everyone. Denise, if you would put up the public comment slide, please. This is our last item of the day, is general public comment, where the general public is invited to comment on any matter, including items not on the agenda. Are there any individuals in the boardroom who would like to make a comment?
There are no public commentators within the boardroom.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who's calling in?
There are no callers at this time.
Very good. Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. I think it was a productive day, even though we had many technical glitches with Zoom, etc. So thank you all for your participation, and we look forward to our meeting tomorrow morning beginning at 9 a.m. All right. All the best and have a good evening.